Tribune. 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 Tribune.
Blue is cheap.
Introducing. Introducing. present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here today. Happy Tuesday. Sorry I'm late, that's kind of a Tuesday thing. But I'm glad you're here. And hello, Sweetie Pie. You're not wasting any time showing up on stream today. My goodness. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here getting crowded off the screen, trying to talk to you about fossil science. Sweetie Pie, my goodness. What are you doing? We've got a brand new cat cam arm today, which I'm still kind of adjusting, but it's got a longer reach, and we can get closer to the cats than ever. You'll feel like you're really there. Anyway, everybody, on today's stream, we're going to be talking about some fossil news. And
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Gameverse Man, thank you for the 6 months of support. Now at tier 2. Thank you very much for that, Gameverse Man. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie are both here right now. My goodness. Yeah, we've got some fossil news to discuss. We've got a brand new genus and species of dinosaur from China. Where else? We've got a new paper out on alvarezsaur pneumaticity. Some on these guys and their kind of the pneumatic spaces in their skeletons. We've got a paper on oviraptorosaurs and digit loss. These animals losing fingers through evolutionary time. Interesting stuff. And there's another brand new paper that just came out while I was at Berkeley at the museum today about how dinosaurs were, according to these authors, not in decline when the asteroid hit.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because,
like for real,
by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Link for Real, for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me up. Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits there. That is lovely. Really appreciate it. We've got 2 cats on the desk right now. Holy cow. We've got Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. My goodness. Look at both of them. Well, well, well. We've got some cataraction going on here. Did you just lick Sweetie Pie's tail? Did you just do that, Mini Pie? Oh, if we happen to have a Moon Pie visit, that'll be 3 for 3. That'd be a cat trick, which is a rare and beautiful event. We'll see if we get that. Anyway, everybody, I'm really glad you're here. We're going to go over that fossil news today. I'm also going to give Andrew Milner a call. We'll see if we can get an update about what's going on at the emergency fossil dig in St. George, Utah. Thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Golganek. Excellent. But yeah. I'm glad you're here, everybody. Happy Tuesday. As I often do on Tuesdays, I spent the morning at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley today. Saw a really cool talk about trilobite ontogeny, the growth and development of trilobites, which was really neat. The visiting paleontology curator from, I think, AM&H in New York City, the American Museum of Natural History. It was cool. Got to see some old friends, and yeah. And I, despite being able to catch an early bus back from the train station, going back today, I still had some other stuff that kind of set me back, so again, I apologize for being late. I walked in at like 1:15, quickly scarfed down some lunch, and then had to get a bunch of stream stuff together, and now here we are. Oh yeah. But yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus says oviraptorosaurs losing fingers too? Oh yeah. Yeah. It's not just the alvarezsaurs and the tyrannosaurs. Oviraptorosaurs too. Anyhow. And checking my mic volume. My mic volume is almost all the way up, Claire. This is like a weird OBS bug where in this scene, for whatever reason, there's nothing I can do about it. Look, yeah. It's like it's a gremlin. It's a bug. I've spent hours with iOS trying to figure it out and nothing doing it. Anyway, let's get some treats for these cats. Time to pay rent here, huh? Yeah. Oh well. Ooh. Minnie and Sweetie. And Minnie. Oh. And more. There we go. You gonna eat those Mini Pie? They're for you. Look. Ah, there we go. Try out this new camera arm. Get even closer to the action. There we go. Good stuff. What do you think? Tasty? Is that good enough for you, Minnie? What do you think? You want some more? Alright, we can make that happen. Mini pie? Mini pie. Nipsar wants to know if I could turn the music down slightly. I can do that. Again, OBS updated and like all of the levels are changed somehow. I didn't tweak any of the settings. It's just after an update, stuff gets weird. Want a few more? There you go. Let's take some of these and give them to Sweetie Pie. There you go. well, both cats at once. It's a landlord convention. Yeah, there you go. You're just hunkering down there, Mini Pie. Everybody's like, yeah, I think I'll hang out here for a few hours. I'm not sure that's going to work out for you super well, Mini Pie. I'm not sure that's going to work out. Oh, look, there's more treats, though. Do you want that one? How about this one? How tasty is that? Is that pretty good there? All right. Yeah, I like this new camera arm. Let's see how close we can get. Pretty close. What do you think, Mini Pie? Do you approve? She's like, can I eat that? And it's not a treat. That's a digital webcam, Mini Pie. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Let's do some real quick greetings. Shall we? Turn our light on there, too. What have we got? I bet you Matt M33 and Kodali were first today. Just a presumption there. We've got Lenina, Casey Snowart, Claire Burr, the Pork Chopster. Hello, hello. Steffer Fritz and Diane Serpent. Niffler and Snowy the Nardofen. Gameverse Man and Nelf. Cy and Streams Balint, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you as always.
Tradoon.
And who else have we got? Reanimated Bit says, do you think Danny will address the mammoth in the room about recent news?
Tradoon.
The mammoth in my room is over there. We're not going to put it on stream today. Who else we got? Jody Fish. Arle, good to see you too. Jazzy Cat, Link for Real, Crimson Carnotaurus, Community Time, Prehistoric Plaza, Van Pax, hello, hello. And Van Pax says, do you have a specialization within the field of paleontology? I do. So I'm primarily a dinosaur paleontologist. I mostly work on dinosaurs. I have dug up a few other things. And I might be getting into Pleistocene mammals at some point, we'll see. But for right now, all of my publications and most of my fieldwork has been around dinosaurs. Much of my research focuses on like dinosaur functional morphology, and I'm starting to branch out into some other areas. So you'll be hearing more about that in the coming months as I get ready to get some papers published. Alexander Morrison and Charlie's Dragon. Who else have we got? Gojira and Tactical Sponge. Little Lily. Scrolling. And Prehistoric Plaza, Prehistoric Nature Mod for Minecraft. Interesting, I've never played Minecraft. I don't really play video games. It's not really a thing that I often do. Yeah, either in my free time or on stream, frankly. The last video games I've played have all been on stream. Because I don't really play games in my free time. But that sounds cool, Prehistoric Plaza. That's a thing. I'm glad that exists. Kaz the Dapper Lass, hello, hello. Raziel Bell, hello to you, Gay Hibiscus. What's shaking? You're a crinoid. You're not even a plant, Gay Hibiscus? You fooled us all. Mayor of Space, great to see you as always. I hope you're having a good day. Have I played The Island? I've never played that game in my life, Kaz the Dapper Lass, no. Again, I don't really do games. I know that's sacrilegious to say on Twitch, but I'm not really a gamer. I don't really play video games. Yeah, except on like very special occasions on stream. Yeah. Although if you like The Isle, I'm kind of vaguely aware of it. I can show you a better game that we have played on stream. Here we go. And it is called Saurian. There we go.
Saurian is an open-world video game intent on providing the most captivating prehistoric experience yet developed. Living the life of a dinosaur from hatchling to adult, surviving in their natural habitat. Saurian is unique for being rooted in rigorous scientific data, literature, and scholarship. Direct collaboration
well done.
between developers, prominent paleontologists, and other experts ensures Saurian's dinosaurs look, move, and behave as close to the actual animals as current science allows. Saurian's gameplay is based on managing your stamina, thirst, and hunger without falling victim to the environment or becoming another animal's meal. Players will need to draw upon a variety of skills and abilities to survive. Master Dakota raptors grapple and pounce to subdue combative prey.
Anyhow, you kind of get the idea.
Sharp eyes and bone-crushing jaws of Tyrannosaurus rex, and track both predator and prey with keen senses. Brandish your natural defenses as Pachycephalosaurus and Triceratops to ward off aggressors and fight for mates. Survive long enough to court and reproduce and pass on your genes to the next generation. Dinosaurs change dramatically as they age.
Ontogeny, there we go.
Hatchling to adult, you'll need to utilize...
Again, what do we call this, chat? We call it ontogeny. This is actually from Saurian right here.
Ontogeny.
Representation of dinosaur ontogeny.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
Incredibly important to understand. If you don't understand dinosaur ontogeny, you don't understand dinosaurs. It's as simple as that.
Ontogeny.
Yeah.
Utilize new skills and strategies to match your new niche. As you rise from the bottom to the top of the food chain, other creatures will react to your growth. Predators may see a hatchling Tyrannosaurus as easy prey, but they'll think twice before going near an adult. The ecosystem is just as complex as the dinosaurs themselves.
The amount of effort they put into getting the
tallest
plants
tree
right.
to the smallest leaf has the same amount of scientific rigor, based entirely on the available fossil record. Even the weather replicates what is known of the Hell Creek Formation. This is the closest you can get to living the life of a dinosaur.
There we go.
Saurian has been the passion project of over a dozen developers for more than 3 years. Every member of the team has worked unpaid in their free time to reach this point. Fueled by a shared respect for dinosaurs and the desire to convey a modern scientific understanding of them to a wide audience in an engaging and untapped medium. Now, Saurian needs your help to be brought to life.
Yeah.
Survive Hell Creek.
Wish we could get rid of these.
Yeah.
Very cool. Saurian, we did play that a while ago. When was that? When was the last time I actually played this game? A month ago. Well. There we are. There is a link. If you'd like to take a look. Good stuff. Anywho, Valent said Munchkin just freaked out at the tops in the ontogeny command. Well. Munchkin, are you watching right now still? We're going to be talking a little bit about Triceratops today, because there's a brand new paper that just came out about dinosaurs of the Hell Creek Formation and dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous, and how they, as far as we know, were not in decline at the end of the Cretaceous. They were continuing to flourish. So we'll be talking about that. Yeah, tops. Yeah, there we go. Triceratops. Triceratops is one of my favorite dinosaurs. Because I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my day. Let me find a picture for you. Here is me and the skull of Yoshi's trike, or the Yoshi's trike site specimen. At Museum of the Rockies, this is circa 2013 or so. See those 3 horns? 1, 2, 3. Triceratops. Yeah. McTeddy Games is what makes it your favorite? It's one of my favorites, and it's because I've dug up a dozen, 2 dozen Triceratops over the course of my career so far. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops. Yeah. Belen says, we are watching on mobile and my daughter can't stop smiling. Thank you for what you do, sir. Of course. Munchkin, I hope you're having a good day. I heard, Munchkin, you've got a Triceratops at home. Do you have a Triceratops at home? I heard you do. Yeah. Yeah. She's got a tops. Yes, indeed. Kenny, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Here, let me show you a Triceratops that I discovered. There we go.
We're the only people.
Yeah, so this is a stream that I did with... Oh, there's a Triceratops, a different one. Right there. This is at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And I guess I didn't have the volume turned on at the moment.
The volume rocker there. In transit,
there we go.
Sometimes these things get fiddled around a little bit. All right, excellent. How's the sound level? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? The only person talking in the museum right now, so I'm trying not to be too loud. Don't want to be obnoxious.
Ontogeny.
But sounds good. Excellent. All right, beautiful. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing, and welcome to the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. This is a museum that's very near and dear to my heart. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, is the curator of paleontology here, and in just a couple minutes he's going to be giving us an exclusive tour of the exhibits, and we might even make it into the collections or the lab too. I'll also be streaming from here tomorrow, so we'll be taking a look at the laboratory in there. We'll be meeting Steve Clausen, who is the fossil preparator, and yeah, we'll be looking at collections and stuff too, looking at some of these really important fossil specimens.
One of my favorite recent streams.
Some of which are new to science. They are holotypes, which means they are the name-bearing specimen for a new genus or species of critter. Some of them are dinosaurs. And yeah, this is very much a dinosaur museum. And mid-1990s, kind of during the Jurassic Park craze here in Dickinson, North Dakota. And it closed for a while. And then it was actually purchased by the city of Dickinson, North Dakota. It's now a municipal museum. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. And, well, here comes Denver. Denver, how's it going? You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum. And I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that.
He's the head honcho at the museum.
My staff, who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and see the work in the lab and everything, so very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach, and I really think, you know, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand. So yeah.
So let's jump forward to the Count Tricula specimen. Oh, here's more Triceratops here.
We'll clean up some new bones. So we go down over here.
That's great.
And really get a feel for the shape. When we put it out here, I did one of those little American museum cheats. where you paint brown over plaster to make it look like bone. You'll see some of their complete skeletons. They've got like entirely painted arms and stuff like that. And you wouldn't notice from a distance. But like the real bone is under there. It's just embedded in plaster. So I think that's a good little trick. But otherwise, it's.
Casey says, is that something we only do in the U.S.? Denver meant American Museum of Natural History, the one in New York City, AMNH. Here. The American Museum of Natural History in New York City is what Denver is referring to there. Yeah. Wait, what? No, stop. There we go. I love seeing the blood vessel grooves over the brow horn right there. It's really striking given the lighting there. It's beautiful.
So Bill is big, but Bill is only about 2/3 grown.
Huh.
And if you look at the brow horns, you can see
they get so much bigger than this.
Backwards.
Right, yeah. Just slightly.
So they should be fully pointing forwards if it was an adult. And in fact, Bill, when you compare it to a full-sized Triceratops, it's actually not that big.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll pull out a lower jaw. I've got the back of a lower jaw of a really big adult trike.
Oh, that'd be cool, yeah.
You helped collect it, low trike, Jack's low trike.
Oh, yeah. JRH 008?
Different one.
I don't remember.
Yeah. 2012, we dug that up? You, me, and John?
No. Not Museum of the Rocky Specimen, but
oh,
it was
okay.
one of the ones from.
So we also called that one Jack's low trike, but that was Jack Horner. This one is in reference to Jack Wilson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's not much of it. There's parts of a lower jaw.
Governor Frodeau, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to have you here.
You can see the coronoid process at the back of the lower jaw. It's much bigger than this. It's crazy, actually. When we get the exhibit together, we'll put the lower jaw down there and people will be able to make the comparison.
Very cool. Wow. And interesting, you've got a hole in the frill right there, that junction between the parietal and the squamosal.
Yeah, it's a thin area that's probably broken through. It's not a fenestra, it's not a pathology, it's just a broken piece. But that area, this is a Triceratops process, it has a big nose horn.
Yeah.
That area is very, very thin in more adult process.
Right. Could you maybe talk a little bit about Horridus and Prorsus and trike biostratigraphy? Because I know that.
This is what we were talking about yesterday, and one of the things I said I wanted to bring Denver on to discuss on stream at some point.
That's something you published on before, and something I talk about sometimes, but there's people in the chat who I'm sure are unfamiliar.
So if you're in the Hell Creek Formation, the Hell Creek, you'll see various ages given for the length of the Hell Creek, but it's actually surprisingly little time. It's probably more like 900,000 years for the whole Hell Creek, if not less than that.
Wow.
Especially for the fossiliferous part. And within that, we get a number of zones. Well, we see Triceratops at all levels, but Triceratops looks different at different levels. So if you're in the lower half of the Hell Creek, Triceratops there has a small nose horn. If you're in the upper part of the Hell Creek, Triceratops has a bigger nose horn. This particular one,
small
the
nose
biggest
horn?
nose horn is
Big
called
nose horn.
Triceratops process, and it's only seen in the top third. And then just
That top
below
third
this,
up here.
Yoshi's trike, you might be familiar with from Museum of the Rockies.
Yep.
That's from the upper middle part of the Hell Creek. Now, there is some debate as to where Horridus fits, and if you read our paper about it from 2014, you'll see we actually don't make any statements.
This paper right
at
here.
all.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Horridus comes from the lower, I think it comes from the lower middle. And so, but the problem with that is the holotype of Triceratops horridus doesn't have that data to go with it, so we don't actually know that.
So, what was it, like Marsh's crews who collected that way back in the day, and they didn't take careful note of where.
That's Othniel Charles Marsh, by the way, namesake of Marsh Madness, which will be continuing today. Triceratops is still in the running for Marsh Madness here. There we go. Triceratops is our number 2 seed. It'll be one of our finalists if it makes it past Nodosaurus, and then whoever wins today's matchup between Perconodon and Torosaurus. Yeah, Trike is gonna win, says Lenina. We'll see. We'll see. Charlie's Dragon says, with the sauropods out, my bet is Triceratops winning it all. Triceratops might win. Yeah, although Casey Snowart is rooting for Stegosaurus here. we'll see if I made the right choice in seeding them numbers 1 and 2. I could have put Triceratops as 1 and Stegosaurus as 2, but that would have... Anyway, I liked having all the Morrison dinosaurs on this side, except for Barosaurus. Anywho, yeah. It'll be my trike versus Casey's Stegosaurus. It's gonna be amazing, says Lenino. We'll see. We'll see.
Where the specimen was from, so we can't actually date it properly. Is that the issue?
Yeah, partly or mainly. I mean, one of the other issues is that I think the holotype of Horridus is from the Lance Formation.
Oh.
And the Lance Formation is very thick, much thicker than the Hell Creek, up to 7 times as thick. And we don't have as good of a feeling for the distribution of time through the Lance Formation. Whereas the Hell Creek, that's what I did for my PhD, is figuring out these different parts of the Hell Creek and how we can figure out where we are. And it's a lot easier when you've only got to deal with 85 meters of thickness. So you've got 700 meters, you've got to climb a mountain just to take a section.
Yeah.
So it's,
Nuts.
yeah. It's 1,000 feet of rock.
Are there any places where it's contiguous, or you've got to hike miles and miles to find all of
the
them?
Lance?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if anybody knows. No. There's a Starlink cutting out there.
But not spend any time there.
Yeah.
Read a lot of papers about it. There are a bunch of projects that we're hoping to do at some point in the future about resolving some of those issues and questions with the...
Claire Burr says, it's nice you weren't giving poor Denver a hard time here, unlike when you were in the field with him, eh? Yeah. I didn't know about that old television show until after I met
Lance
Denver.
Formation, some of the South Dakota Hell Creek.
Right.
There are some easy projects to do to begin with for that. We just got to get started on some of them. We'll get finished on other ones first.
What's funny is that Denver was the one who would always sing in the field. Denver had all kinds of different songs. He'd just make up songs on the spot all the time. I remember, and I hope it's okay for me to share this. I'll never forget it. We were one time driving from the field. We were driving into town to drop somebody off at the airport or something like that. And we stopped at a gas station in Jordan, Montana. It was like our one stop for the next 200 miles. There's like not another gas station or anything. And yeah, Denver was really excited to get a big drink. Big fountain soda, like this big. He was so excited about it. He's like, walking out of the gas station with it. He goes, "Hey there, big drink. I got a bladder for you." It was great. Yeah. Anyway, I hope it's okay that it's a fond memory of mine. Denver's a funny guy. He really is. Yeah.
And then down here we've got...
This is the same...
He is the tree to hang out with, absolutely.
That we saw earlier.
Yeah.
There's the hand. But this is a resin cast?
It's important to sing songs whenever possible. Yeah, Casey. I'm working on doing that more too, especially like in the field. Anywho, let's go forward to a specimen that I discovered that's on display in the museum now. Another Triceratops. Of course, a Starlink cutout here.
A hill.
Yep.
Right at the very top of a hill.
Which is a shame because I was so excited to show this off. This is the specimen I discovered in 2015.
Right at the top of a hill.
Yep.
Right at the very top of a hill, there are all these bits of Triceratops
just spilling down
the hill, piece of a frill.
Yeah.
And actually, that's what this is here. This is the old cliff edge.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked quite promising. There was a decent chunk of frill there, so we dug in and we uncovered the rest of the frill.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went towards where the nose should be, and there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And this was all rock.
That
There should have been a face, but the face was missing.
Maybe it was torn off by a Tyrannosaur.
Or probably
100 years too late or something like that.
But yeah. So what you're looking at is
the back of a Triceratops frill right now.
So that is this. Here is a Triceratops that I have for reference right here. Let me show you what I mean. So Triceratops, you're looking at the back of the frill. So this is what we would call a a ventral view of the frill and a posterior view. That's what we're looking at there.
So the neck would be coming off of here, and then the horns would be going straight down like that. So this is the backside of the frill. And check out that big old occipital condyle right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you need to go put that in your office or something, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll just go check this in the lab.
Yeah. So take a look at this. This is the connection between the cervical vertebrae and the skull. It's like a big old trailer ball right there.
Yeah.
We've got occipital condyles too, but they're much smaller than this, and they're usually paired in mammals. In dinosaurs, they're usually
one big ball like that.
But look at that. This animal would have had a supremely heavy head, and so that's reflected in how robust this is. And just, yeah. If any of you have ever hooked up a trailer to a truck before, you're familiar. It's usually what, like a 3.5-inch trailer ball is like that's the standard size. This is so much bigger than that. So it gives you an idea of just how big this animal's head is and how heavy it would be.
Yeah. This specimen's got some cracks and things like that. It doesn't look as glorious as many of the frills you've seen, but it's got some features that are actually really, really important.
Yeah.
The unique. First feature is missing a face.
Yeah.
How? Well, we don't really know, but it does have some tooth marks.
Ooh, I haven't seen these yet.
Which, yeah, I didn't know that when we were digging it up. This is only after it had been prepped in the lab, but somebody was chewing on it. Like a T-Rex was chewing on this Triceratops. This is a little bit gruesome, so look away if you want to. Maybe more than a little bit gruesome. Here's a T-Rex pulling the head off of a Triceratops. An illustration by Mark Whitten right here. Something like this may have, yeah, you know which illustration is coming up? There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. This would happen sometimes, you know? After this. You know, that's the circle of life. T-Rex eats Triceratops. T-Rex dies. T-Rex decays. Nutrients go back into the soil. That feeds the plants. Triceratops eats the plants. Circle of life. And who is that artist? That is Mark Whitten right there. I'll give you a link. Mark Whitten is a British paleontologist. He specializes in pterosaurs, but does all kinds of cool Mesozoic art. And this is actually work that was based on, well, this is Denver Fowler's paper right here. Or at least this is from the press release from Denver's SVP presentation. Yeah. The how to eat a Triceratops hypothesis has made a decent splash outside of the paleo art community. The Walking with Dinosaurs website turned it into a short film. Is that right? I'm not aware of this. What is this?
For honest-to-goodness home-cooked food, Mama knows best. But if you want to chow down on a Triceratops, Mama knows Jack. And I'm so hungry, I could eat a Triceratops now.
I've never seen this before.
I knew how. They say you are what you eat. So, I'm a bowl of nachos grande with a side order of guacamole. But if I ate a Triceratops, I'd be a 9-meter-long, 3-meter-tall herbivorous dinosaur from 65 million years ago.
66 million.
Yay? Triceratops translates as three-horned face. Wow. A mature Triceratops sports horns almost a meter long, which makes killing one for T a risky business. Oh no! Even for T-Rex. It may be safer to look for the carcass of a recently deceased Triceratops who's been involved in a tragic accident. Butchering the carcass of a 6-ton semi-armored ceratopsid will require special tools. Unless
this video is a little over the top.
Your T-Rex, who has possibly the biggest teeth and bite of any animal ever known. With the largest skull of any land animal and a bony neck frill almost 2 meters wide, the head of your Triceratops has little nutritional value. And by removing it, you'll have far better access to the highly prized neck meat. To decapitate it, first, grab onto the neck frill with your teeth.
So this is reproduced from Nate Carroll's art here, which is right here. So Nate is the curator of the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. We streamed with him back in 2021 from his museum during the Dino Shindig that summer. Yeah.
This will give you the extra leverage required to violently wrench the head from the body. If this makes you uncomfortable, practice first on a couple of jumbo shrimp. What goes in must come out.
Yeah, anywho, I'll give you a link to this too. Well, I'll give you a link to Mark Whitten's blog page. I already gave you that link. There it is. It's there in the chat. Anywho, our Triceratops may very well have been eaten by a T-Rex. We don't know if it was killed by a T-Rex. Maybe the Triceratops lived a long and happy life and, you know, died warm in its bed, all cozy, surrounded by its Triceratops loved ones. You know, it's covered with warm ferns. That's what I like to think. And then afterward, cleanup crew comes in after the funeral. Tyrannosaurus drops by and chows down.
So again, I collected this. I helped collect this after I found it in 2015 and 2016. And then this is like my first time actually seeing the specimen up close is this week, this visit.
So that's
such a special thing too. Like you excrete blood, sweat, and tears. Expend blood, sweat, and tears digging this thing up in the field, like I've done for so many fossils, and very rarely shed. Thank you. That's a better word. You shed blood, sweat, and tears. You know, working on something like this in the field, and very rarely do you ever get to actually see the result of your hard work in the museum afterward. Usually these things just kind of go off into the collections. They'll be in a drawer somewhere waiting for scientists to study. But to see it on display is something really special. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. It's a special thing.
In 2015 and 2016. And then this is like my first time actually seeing the specimen up close is this week, this visit.
So that's a tooth mark just here.
Nice.
Oh. It's not terribly easy to see unless you get the light reflect.
So that's it right there, that faint line right here. Go back a titch.
Tooth mark just here.
Nice.
Yeah, right there. So a T-Rex tooth went across that. Presumably a Tyrannosaur. I think croc tooth marks look a little different. So it's not from a croc.
It's not terribly easy to see unless you get the light reflected correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But there was also a Tyrannosaur tooth found in this spot. Not when we were digging it up, but when Destiny was doing the prep.
Yeah.
So she cleaned some of this. She cleaned like this area.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Somewhere says, how on earth would you ever know that from a different sort of line or scrape? You learn to tell the difference sometimes. Denver actually published a paper on this. He's one of the world authorities on Tyrannosaur bite marks. If you look at them under a microscope, they're going to have a different shape to them. Yeah, and you got to think about, too, this is something that there would have been flesh covering all of this in life. And so if you were to take an x-ray of your skeleton right now, a micro CT scan or something of your skeleton as you're alive, your bones are not going to have scrapes and gouges and stuff like that on them. There's going to be muscle scarring in certain spots from, muscles and ligaments and, working on your bones, but it looks very different from a tooth mark. A bite mark, as we call it. So bite marks only really occur when, something is tearing the flesh off of the bones. And, the teeth are contacting the surface of the bone itself.
And I did the top bit here.
Nice.
So we have got a bunch of these pieces, and we've also got some brow horns. But
Paleo CSI, there you go, Nelf.
So
yeah.
we 3D scanned this side. We did a photochrometric model, mirrored it, and then printed it out in sections.
So this part right here is 3D printed on this side just to help fill it out.
It's to help feel it out, but it also helps you to see where the midline is. You can see this little saddle here, and sort of line that up. That's basically this little saddle here as well. That's basically the midline there. And
it is forensic, Casey Snowart. I think we actually have. Do we have a clip of this? There we go. Maybe not. No, I don't think we do. Sorry.
And what makes this specimen important is that it has a shallow depression here in the frill. This is quite a large specimen, but it's not adult by any stretch of the imagination. The epis on the frill, the spikes,
not
they're
fused
not
on yet.
fused, and they're a little bit pointy, and they're just starting to fuse on the top, but they're not fused there either. So this is a subadult. It's not fully grown, and it's got a very wide.
So again, this is getting into our idea of ontogeny in Triceratops. As these animals grow and mature, their skulls are changing shape, their horns are changing direction.
Ontogeny.
It's impressive what goes on there.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Turn that up a little bit. So this would be from about that stage, maybe?
Ontogeny.
So probably even before that. Yeah. Anyhow, you get the idea. You don't understand Triceratops unless you understand Triceratops ontogeny.
A little bit pointy, and they're just starting to fuse on the top.
There we
go. This is quite a large specimen, but it's not adult by any stretch of the imagination. The epis on the frill, the spikes, they are not fused, and they're a little bit pointy, and they're just starting to fuse on the top, but they're not fused there either. So this is a subadult. It's not fully grown, and it's got a very wide parietal. Now, you probably heard the whole Triceratops and Torosaurus synonymy debate.
We're going to be talking about that today, too, so I'm glad that this is coming up here. Are Triceratops and Torosaurus the same dinosaur? Torosaurus happens to be one of the dinosaurs that's going to be competing in Marsh Madness today. We're going to have our matchup at the end of today's stream. Torosaurus versus Preconodon. It's potentially giant nodosaur and ankylosaur from the Arundel Formation of Maryland. Anyway, Torosaurus is one of our competitors. There's an idea that these are the same dinosaur. That Triceratops and Torosaurus are the same critter at different growth stages. This idea that Triceratops ontogeny, the growth and development over the animal's lifespan, encompasses Torosaurus. So Torosaurus is just like a super mature Triceratops. The frill continues to lengthen, and then you get those fenestrae, those big windows that form in the frill. Here's what Denver has to say about that.
Now, you probably heard the whole Triceratops and Torosaurus synonymy debate. And I think there's a very good case that Torosaurus and Triceratops are the same lineage. I'm working a bit on reviewing and revising those hypotheses. I think that there's a stratigraphic signal, a signal in time, which has not really been entertained. I've talked about this.
Heterochrony.
If you read my strat chart paper, you'll see what I think.
Which is, you should check out that strat chart paper, actually. Was it Fowler 2017?
Ontogeny.
There we go. This paper is like the result of 20 years of work, probably, from one team, and then... But it really is standing on the shoulders of giants, too. This is the end result of a century's worth of work on dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous of North America. This is a big part of Denver's thesis. This is, I think, one chapter from his thesis, and it had like 10 chapters. This could have been 3 PhDs in and of itself, but it's just one small part of Denver's entire thesis. It's nuts. You can see why he took 10 years to finish his PhD, because I'm not going to say he bit off more than he could chew. He took an enormous bite, and it took a long time to chew that up. You know? This is 3 PhDs in a trench coat. There you go, community time, yeah. And this is not even the whole thing. The supplementary information is where we've got this incredible chart. I think it's in the sup info. Supporting information. There we go. Yeah. Here it is. So go to that page and then look at the sup info, but this is an incredible stratigraphic chart listing all of these different dinosaur finds from the middle Campanian, or even like lower Campanian, up through the end of the Maastrichtian, which is the end of the age of the dinosaurs, the end of the Cretaceous. And each one of these... Here, let's get to the ceratopsian specimens, maybe. Yeah, Anchiceratops. There we go. There's the annotations there. Regaliceratops. The only specimen is the holotype, TMP 2005. A nearly complete skull missing only the rostral and lower jaws. The holotype was collected in the uppermost 30 meters of the St. Mary River Formation. You know, this is a comprehensive look at all of these different dinosaurs that have been dug up. Here's our Yoshi's trike one. Scanella et al. 2014 show that Triceratops specimens from the upper part of the middle third of the Hell Creek exhibit morphology intermediate between Triceratops horridus and Prorsus. The morphotype is referred to here as Triceratops species 2. This is an incredible piece of work. It really is. Check it out. You can get to it again from here. Go to supplementary information. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Anyhow, I really need to bring Denver on for an interview sometime soon.
But this specimen's important because this specimen is from the bottom of the Middle Hell Creek. It's probably a Triceratops horridus, and it's got a shallow depression here where the fenestrae would form in Torosaurus. Now, people would say, actually, the fenestrae in Torosaurus form in the middle of the parietal. But what happens is, we think, is that this part of the parietal grows, it expands. Well, it doesn't expand, it accretes bone on the edge. So what would be a fenestra that's close to the edge in a young animal would then become more centrally placed in an older animal. And what's important about this is people have suggested that these ridges and depressions in the frill in Triceratops are where the
Patrick Crusader says what makes some people think Torosaurus is different is that apparently they haven't found any Triceratops in the same area as Torosaurus. That's not it, Patrick Crusader, because I've literally dug up Torosaurus specimens a few meters from where we found Triceratops bits. Unless you're talking about, like, Utah or something. In Utah, they claim to only have Torosaurus and the North Horn Formation, but that might be a time thing rather than, like, a geography thing. We've got lots and lots of I think I'd say the greatest number of Torosaurus specimens have been found in Garfield County, Montana. Here, where I've done a lot of work. Garfield County, Montana, highlighted there in red. It's, as you can see, a bustling metropolis. Here's the center of the downtown. This is the only town in the entire county. This is the busiest part of town right there. You can just hear the hustle and bustle, right? Yeah. Too many people, says Claire Brer. Yeah, just look at that. Jordan, Montana. My kind of town, says Kaz the Dapper Lass. There's a lot of really fun, vibrant small towns in Montana. I can't say Jordan is one of them. There's some towns some very small towns that are very nice. All the people there are very nice. It's not the impression I got from Jordan. Do they have a place to get a good lasagna? If by lasagna you mean like a frozen corn dog? No, they don't have that anymore either. After Fellman's gas station closed. How many stoplights? 0, Neverwinter. There's no stoplights in the whole county. Unless you count those. They blink red, so it's basically like a stop sign. But it's not the sort of stoplight that turns green, and then yellow, and then red. They don't have a single one of those in the entire county. And this is a county about the size of... I think it's roughly the size of some East Coast states, like Connecticut or Delaware. Yeah. There's fewer than 1,000 people that live in the entire county. It's, I'll put it this way. There are military submarines that have a higher population than Jordan, Montana. And there are aircraft carriers that have 5 times the population of the entire county just on a aircraft carrier. And again, this is a county roughly the size of... Well, here, I'll give you the actual stats. Garfield County, Montana. Geography, 4,847 square miles. So... Here, land area of Rhode Island. So yeah, it's about 4 times the size of Rhode Island. Fewer than 1,000 people. Yeah. As of the 2020 census, the population was 1,173. It's definitely lower than that now. Yeah. I remember reading a stat once. Here, I think it's in Jack Horner's book. How to Build a Dinosaur. Let me find it for you real quick. Anyway, I could just tell you. It's gonna bother me. I need to know where that is. But if you were to take New York City, say you take Manhattan in New York City, Manhattan Island, and you give it the same population density as Garfield County, there would be 2 people living there. Imagine, instead of several million people living on Manhattan, imagine you have 2. That's the same population density as Garfield County. Ms. Artwell says, does it have the cat Garfield? No. Oh, is that why somebody was asking about lasagna? No. Garfield would, Garfield would not like Garfield County. You can't get a good lasagna there. Sometimes you can't get gasoline there. We've been temporarily stranded in Jordan before because the one gas station in the entire county happened to be out of gas for a day or 2. So we just had to wait until the fuel truck showed up a couple days later. Like, that's happened before. Yeah. And again, there's one gas station with, I think, 2 gas pumps in the entire county. A county as large as, like, Delaware, maybe. It's an enormous place. There's one town with one gas station. There used to be 2 gas stations, but like everything in eastern Montana practically, the town is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking every year. Businesses are closing, people are moving away. I don't know if that town will exist in, 30 years. It very well might not. You could have an entire county with no towns in it. It is one of the least densely populated places in the United States. It's kind of nuts. The 3rd lowest of any county outside of Alaska. 3rd lowest population density, behind Loving County, Texas, and Esmeralda County, Nevada. Yeah. And 9827497395839275848473849 says, I thought people were moving into Montana. Into western Montana, yes. Into towns like Bozeman, where I used to live. Bozeman has been growing at a crazy clip, and rents there have been skyrocketing. But the western part of Montana is where all the mountains are. So the part where it's really dark green on the left side, the western part, that's where all of the mountains are in Montana. Eastern Montana is mostly prairie. It's mostly pretty flat. It could very well have been a different state, You could have made it West Dakota. Eastern Montana is very much like the Dakotas. It's pretty flat. You might have some rolling hills here and there, but it's prairie. Yeah. So yeah. Axeman says, I'm just glad Danny was able to pronounce that chatter's first and last names correctly. I try, I put in a good effort, I think. A long time ago, I wrote a blog post series about fieldwork out in Montana, and I'm trying to find it on the Wayback Machine right now. There we go. The website didn't look like this at the time. This is just what they've been able to pull through the Wayback Machine. It's Prairie Dog. There you go, Greg L. Yes, indeed. Yeah. We'll see if this works. I called the blog series Hell Creek and Back. I kind of poured my heart and soul into it. I don't know if it's worked. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Before you were 27? I'm still not 27, freelancer. Remember? I'm 21 years old, like all Twitch streamers are. Yeah, introduction, the last best place. Here's a link if you want to see that. Wow. I can't believe that this still exists in these archives. Yeah. I was really proud of this image too. Speaking of Montana, when you ask people about who are the most famous Montanans, you get these 3. Joe Montana, Hannah Montana, and the Unabomber. Oh, and Tony Montana. I didn't... Yeah. Oh, Highway to Hell Creek. There we go. This is the second entry that I did. Only one of them has won a Super Bowl. Yeah, the Unabomber, right? I don't know if the images will be here, but I had one talking about... Highway to Hell Creek. Where's the one with the aircraft carrier? Shoot. Yeah. Oh, and this reminds me. Yeah. I used to make this joke all the time that I thought was really funny about San Francisco, where I'd say, yeah, you know, some people say that on quiet nights in San Francisco, you can, to this very day, hear the ghost of Tony Bennett wandering the streets looking for his still-beating heart. And that joke became much less funny after Tony Bennett actually died, because this is while he was still alive. It's not funny anymore, because he actually died. R.I.P. indeed, Claire Burr. Yeah, left his heart in San Francisco. Yeah. I love that the images are still here. This is from Facebook. This is a picture of me my first summer in the field, covered with ants. And yeah. This is oh man. I'll tell you the story here. So this is when I was working in the Yoshi's Trike Quarry in 2011. This is my first summer in the field, and I was all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, like, yeah, I'm digging up dinosaurs. I'm living the dream. I'm one of the youngest members on the crew, and I'm eager to prove myself. And we would have to drive out to the site every day, and we would park the trucks up at the top of a hill, and then we would, you know, walk down this side of the coulee, basically walk down a cliff to get to the site. And we didn't have enough room inside the vehicle for everybody, and so somebody would have to volunteer every day to ride in the bed of the truck, basically stand up and hold on in order to be able to get there. And so, you know, me, one of the younger members of the crew, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, eager to prove myself, I'd always say, hey, I'll ride in the back of the truck. It'll be fine. And it was fine most days until one day there was an event that Denver called Ant Prom. So any of you who have spent time out in the Badlands, you might be aware of this, or if you know a thing or two about ants, Balint could tell you about this. During certain days of the year, usually in the summer, different ant colonies will have their big, like, mating ritual thing where, again, Balint, who works on ants, could describe this in using the actual terminology. I'm not an entomologist. I don't know the lingo here. But what happens is that these ants that have big old wings on them will leave the ant mound, and they'll go and congregate on the highest point in the landscape. And they will pair up and mate, and then the females will fly off, and I think they become queens to start a new colony after they've been fertilized. And so the point is they congregate at the highest point on the landscape. That's their meeting spot. They look for the highest point. Well, here's a hill that's the highest hill around for miles and miles, and then we parked our trucks at the top of the hill that day. And so at the end of a long day of digging dinosaurs, we pile into the vehicles to head back to camp. But this day, the vehicles are all covered with these winged ants all over the place. And I, once again, dutifully volunteered to stand in the back of the truck for the journey back to camp. And me standing in the back of the truck made me the highest point on the landscape, and so I became absolutely swarmed with ants. This is so Jens, who was one of our volunteers from Sweden, snapped this photo, and this is after we'd already been driving for a while, so like most of the ants had departed, but I was still just absolutely swarmed with ants. It was yeah, these big winged ants. And what I think is really funny is my aunt right here, my dad's sister, saw this on Facebook, and she commented, "OMG, you look so much like your dad in this picture." And so ever since then, I've joked, yeah, you know you come from humble beginnings when somebody sees a photo of you covered in ants, and they go, "Oh, you look just like your father in that picture." So yeah. I'm gonna save this to my hard drive. That's really fun. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. How did we get on this? Yeah, didn't even recognize you without the beard, says Casey Snowart. I haven't always had a beard. I wasn't born with this thing. And I used to only grow a beard when I was out in the field. Up until like 2015 or 2016, I used to shave it off when I would get back to civilization every year at the end of the field season. It was a tradition. You grow a field beard, and then when you go back to a more civilized place, you cut it off ceremoniously. And actually in 2011, I can show you this. I just found these photos again the other day. John Scannella, who's now curator of Museum of the Rockies, John was like, "Danny, when you shave your beard," which looked like this at the time. Like, that's longer than I keep it now. This is after just like a month or two in the field. Yeah. John is like, "Danny, you should, like, you could do a lot with that." And he had an electric razor with him. He's like, let's cut it off now and let's take some pictures. He thought it was so funny. He's like, "Let's make you look like a conquistador." Do we have those photos? I think so. I don't know if we got any better ones than that. I think, yeah, that's all the ones that I have in here. Anywho, that was a fun summer. That was the same summer I found Danny Ceratops. There's John Scannella and Denver Fowler right there in the field. That year we got a grant to relocate a bunch of old Triceratops sites and actually log them stratigraphically. So what we were doing is all of these Triceratops specimens that had been dug up in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, some of them didn't have good data associated with them. We didn't know exactly where they were from in the stratigraphic section. So like, are they lower Hell Creek, middle, upper? Got to figure that out. And so we were relocating a bunch of these old sites using like sometimes really bad GPS data. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. Anywho, yeah. I vote we bring this back, says Casey Snowhart. Maybe someday. Yeah. Claire Burr says, "Add Peter Dinklage to your list of lookalikes." Photo is giving Peter Dinklage vibes. Oh, is he the short guy? He was on 30 Rock. Yeah. And apparently he was also in something called Game of Thrones. Interesting. Yeah. He's also an elf? Was he really isolated? That's funny. Alright, we gotta add that to the list, I suppose. And then we'll pay my landlord here. She's being a nuisance. There we go. And he's in a really good movie about a train station in the middle of nowhere. He was in 310 to Yuma? Community Time? Really? I thought that was, Russell Crowe. Peter Dinklage. There we go. Yeah. I honestly don't know who half of these people are. Anyhow. Yeah. Yeah. With that said, here, we gotta pay the landlord here. What do you think, Mini Pie? Alright, let's get you your payment. Hasn't she already been paid? You know, we don't have rent control around here, unfortunately. So she can charge whatever she wants. That's the free market for you, you know? I can't stay mad at you, Mini Pie. What do you think? Good stuff? How was that? How was that? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, look. We can do close-ups now with our new camera arm. Look at that. Well, well, well. Yeah. She demands the use supply. There you go, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. Here, do you want some brushing? How's that? Where are you going? What are you doing? Ooh, that's the good stuff. Look at all that hair. Wowza, yowza, look at that. You gonna retaliate? You don't have a brush, though. How are you gonna brush me? How are you gonna brush me? I'll see you in a bit, Mini Pie. Ever used Ann hair blowers as a freelancer? You mean like a blow dryer? Sure. Yeah. Here, let's get back to what Denver was saying. Oh, this is a very intense look.
There are muscle attachments, but this specimen actually has blood grooves going through the surface of this bone, which shows that it's just a regular part of frill that is not part of the muscle attachment. The muscle attachment is all here. So I would say that is a good case for what an incipient fenestra might look like.
So, an
I think
incipient fenestra, this is going back to this idea that Torosaurus and Triceratops might be the same critter. That when you've got those openings in the back of the frill starting, that would be an incipient fenestra, so like the beginnings of an opening there. That's the idea, is that these super thin spots here are the very beginnings of that fenestra opening up, like you see there. That's the idea.
I don't want to get too much into Tritoro stuff.
Sure, yeah.
But the fenestrae are not a defining characteristic because they're primitive.
Uh-huh.
So there are a number of reasons why we shouldn't be thinking of Torosaurus as being a real taxon, because it's not actually very easily definable. People will tell you it is, but it's not.
It isn't. No, in fact, I just read a paper by Andy Farkey today when I was waiting for the seminar at Berkeley. There's like two different... It's not even like a single characteristic that makes Torosaurus distinct from Triceratops. It's a suite of different characters that you get together. In fact, we might even be able to find that. Here. There it is. Yes. Okay. Considering the range of variability within these chasmosaurines, this group of ceratopsian dinosaurs, few characters are truly unique to the species Torosaurus latus, but the combination of characters is unique. Only the combination of features diagnoses the taxon. So basically, there is not a single silver bullet for being able to tell what is Torosaurus. You have to have several different characteristics that all come together, and if you find them in confluence there, then that's what diagnoses Torosaurus, which is... yeah. Does that make sense? So it's not an easy dinosaur to identify. It's almost identical to Triceratops in every single respect, except for like a few wishy-washy little things. That's why I'm pretty well convinced that Torosaurus and Triceratops are the same dinosaur, or members of the same lineage. It might be that Triceratops evolves from Torosaurus, in a sense. Where, like, what we call Torosaurus is just a super mature Triceratops from low down in section. And then later on, you don't get that ontogenetic stage that's reached anymore, and that's why Torosaurus disappears from the fossil record. Does that make sense? Yeah. Uh-huh.
So there are a number of reasons
There we go.
it might look like. I think that I don't want to get too much into Tritoro stuff.
Sure, yeah.
But the fenestrae are not a defining characteristic because
And he's a lumper.
Uh-huh.
so there are a number
Sort
of
of
reasons
diatoms
why we
attack,
shouldn't
sure.
be thinking of Torosaurus as being a real taxon, because it's not actually very easily definable. People will tell you it is, but it's not. And these sorts of specimens are really important in helping to tease apart the sorts of information that we can use to further that investigation into that hypothesis.
Nice.
Yeah, I found this specimen, by the way. This is the Count Tricula site. I found this back in 2015, so one of my discoveries, and now it's on display in North Dakota.
You got plans to publish on this?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's another thing I've got to get done.
So many things to do.
But the important, one of the most important things to remember about this is these depressions are on the underside of the frill.
Yeah.
Like so many Triceratops, you are preserved the correct way up, which of course makes sense. They look, who wants to go to a museum of upside down dinosaurs, unless you're in Australia or something. But if you want to see these depressions, you have to look on the underside.
Yeah.
And most of them aren't
displayed
that way up, so you don't see them. But they're there in more than just this specimen. Well, we have other specimens from Montana, the Museum of the Rockies, that show something similar. So We're starting to get together more of that information. Because, I mean, regardless of whether or not you believe Triceratops and Torosaurus are the same animal, they are actually sister taxa. And that means that Triceratops evolved from an animal that did have fenestrae. And I don't believe that all Triceratops would have formed holes in the frill anyway.
Especially not later in that lineage, yeah.
Right. And then there's a lot of heterochrony going on. But it's sort of, in many ways, it's more complicated and more simple. It just depends on what data you look at. Where do you want to go next?
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this, but I don't know how we got started on Triceratops in the first place, but there we are. We haven't even gotten into any fossil news yet. We're an hour and a half into the stream, and we've got lots of fossil news to cover. Dude. Zool says, speaking of identifying what a grown dinosaur is, has there been any known cases of dinosaurs having smaller stature in ways similar to dwarfism? That has been argued for a few dinosaurs. Sometimes you'll get dinosaur specimens that are very mature. Like you actually cut the bones open and you look at the growth rings, the lines of arrested growth in the bones. You can tell that animal was very mature when it died, but it's not very big. And sometimes you get really big individuals that are clearly still growing. Yeah. There are also reports of not reports, there are published instances of dwarf titanosaurs from Romania in the late Cretaceous. Like Magyarosaurus. This is a kind of sauropod dinosaur. These guys, the biggest animals to ever walk the earth, are titanosaurs, probably. You've got titanosaurs that are bigger than whales. And yet you've got these little guys that lived on these islands in what is today Europe in the late Cretaceous. A lot of animals get smaller when they evolve on islands. Like, you get... The classic example is like the Channel Island mammoths. It's cool what can happen in a situation like that. There we go. Video from the Field Museum here. It'll be cartoony, but
we usually think of mammoths as roaming in huge herds across vast open lands. But some of them lived in the most restricted environments of all, islands.
Yep.
There, over tens of thousands of years, the process of evolution helped these giants to survive by shrinking them. How did they get to islands in the first place? Some just swam if the islands weren't too far away.
Yep.
Climate played a role too. During ice ages, sea levels dropped as more water was taken up in glaciers. That exposed the seafloor around some islands, so mammoths could just walk across. But unfortunately, when water levels rose again, the mammoths were sometimes stranded on their islands and cut off from their original herds. Over time, animals in the isolated populations became smaller. Why? When you're small, you need less food to survive.
Yep.
Which is helpful in places where the food...
And Bacon and Chalk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm not sure if the alert is firing properly, but welcome, Bacon and Chalk.
Supply is limited. Being smaller also makes you nimbler, good for climbing steep slopes to find food. Finally, being big helps you fight off predators, but most islands don't have large predators. So, with no need to be big, island mammoths, through the process of evolution, shrank. And mammoths weren't the only ones. Other proboscideans, such as pygmy elephants in the Mediterranean islands, pygmy stegodons in Indonesia, and pygmy Asian elephants in Borneo today, all shrank when isolated on islands. In fact, many kinds of animals all over the world have distinct species that resulted from this island dwarfism. And so, the great big powerful mammoth provides us with a small but mighty example in the pygmy mammoth of how species adapt to changing environments through the process of evolution.
Neat stuff. Yeah. Here's a link to that video there from the Field Museum. Yep, it's called insular dwarfism. Claire, thank you for sharing that. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Kill Nuke says, what about the communication areas of a dinosaur's skull for sound, either audible or maybe at infrasound range? We talked about this, what was it, last week? Figuring out how dinosaurs would have vocalized is really tricky because most of that stuff is soft tissue. Your larynx, or in the case of some dinosaurs, syrinx, like the kind of voice box that birds use. Voice box. It's like these vibrating structures in the throat that produce sound. Those things don't usually fossilize. But what we do have in certain dinosaurs, like some of the Lambeosaurine hadrosaurs, these big crested duck-billed dinosaurs, what we do have are what could very well be, what we think probably are, passageways in the skull for air to go through as almost like a resonating chamber kind of a deal. Here. Oh, not quite the one I was looking for. There we go.
This is the crest of the new specimen.
And this is not the same one either. There we go.
He looked at it and said, "It looks like a trombone." It was a trombone. It was for making loud courtship noises.
David Weiss Hempel wondered what the 70-million-year-old love song of the Parasaurolophus sounded like.
This is a boat joke? No.
He knew that when the animal exhaled, the air would shoot up the windpipe to the back of the crest into the throat and out the snout. Weiss Hempel built himself a horn as long as the crest and taught himself to play it.
Well, this contraption that I've got in my hands here is, in fact, a model of the crest of Parasaurolophus.
Used to play trombone.
The right
community
size
nice.
and the right shape for Parasaurolophus. It's built out of PVC tubing. And the reason I built it was to get a better sense as to the kinds of sound that Parasaurolophus would have made. So why don't I play it for you?
How's this for some experimental science, Diet Tom's Attack? This is some real rigorous stuff, right?
The love song no doubt made the Parasaurolophus the diva of the dinosaurs. Using the trombones in their heads, they serenaded mates and repelled rivals.
Anywho, and we've got multiple other Lambeosaurines, different shaped crests like this. Here we go. Different sizes and shapes of these different crests would have produced different kinds of sounds. We can figure out the internal structure without cutting them open by doing CT scans like this. Figure out what the path of air would be like and all of that stuff. So, yeah. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. It's fun stuff. Yeah. It would be funny if the sound that came out was like a chick's peep. Yeah. Well, for an animal that's almost 10 meters long or more, It's probably not going to sound like a chick's beep, just because it's so big. But X-Men says different crests to change courtship calls to allow finding mates of the correct species. That's an idea there, X-Men. Yeah, although not all of these dinosaurs lived at the same time. That's something you gotta remember, is that they're not all coeval. So there are different kinds of duck-billed dinosaur that lived at very different times. And, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we've got some fossil news today. We're almost 2 hours into the stream and we've not covered any of this fossil news yet. So without further ado, let's jump into that. Let's play our video stinger for fossil news here, starting now. All right, our first story tonight. Bizarre-looking dinosaur challenges what we know about the evolution of fingers. We were talking a little bit about this, was it last week or the week before? With Duonicus. Our bizarre two-fingered therizinosaur just described. Like a giant two-toed sloth, but very much terrestrial and very much larger than a two-toed sloth. 2 fingers on each hand. Yeah, so we were talking about finger loss in different theropods, but here's a different group of theropod dinosaurs, what we call oviraptorosaurs, and there's one member of this group that was actively getting rid of one of the fingers on their 3-fingered hands. Ugh, excuse me. Oviraptorosaurs are weird dinosaurs that look a bit like flightless birds. I've got an Oviraptorosaur illustration right here, and an Oviraptorosaur skull. This is the skull of City Patty, formerly known as Oviraptor. Right there. So Oviraptorosaurs include everybody's favorite Oviraptor, as well as Conchoraptor, Ingenia,
the creature we will
bunch
be
of others.
examining is a paleontologist.
And hello, Lordy. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? I didn't know you were streaming, Lordy. Although I did hear some noise in the background. I guess I had an inkling. Anyway, welcome, Lordy. I hope you and your raiders have had an excellent stream. Welcome, welcome. We are just getting into some fossil news, finally. Bizarre-looking dinosaur challenges what we know about the evolution of fingers and the loss of fingers, too.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Lordy, thank you for the 59 months of support. Really appreciate that, Lordy. 59 months. That's, it's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you, Lordy.
Oh, what time, oh, what fun.
Thank you, Hokia, for those 100 bits. We've got a hype train kicking off here, it looks like. Brilliant. That's excellent. Yeah. Sounds like you're saying oviraptorosaurs. Darn theater kids.
BJY211 gifted a tier 1 sub to Sparky_Pugwash.
BJ White, thank you.
Gift subs in the channel.
Very much for the gift sub there. The Sparky Pugwash, good stuff. And that brings in the hype train, beautiful. We've got 4.5 minutes to try and get to a level 1 here. Excellent. And hey, Taffle, how are you doing? Welcome back. We're about to talk about a very bird-like dinosaur here. An oviraptorosaur. Let me enunciate that. For Greg L there. oviraptorosaurs are these really cool Maniraptoran dinosaurs. Very bird-like. They're pretty close to the origin of birds.
Playing tag with you, iguanodon.
And the Raven, thank you for the 100 bits. It does belong in a museum.
It belongs in a museum.
Thank you, the Raven. Excellent. Some of these are extraordinarily bird-like. Oh, and this is our new guy right here. Well, not new guy. This is the guy that we're talking about. Oxoko is the name of this oviraptorosaur. Would have looked like a big, weird, maybe somewhat scary, ground-running bird. Really neat and beautifully preserved specimens right here. Only 2 fingers on each hand, which is really interesting. Oviraptorosaurs are these weird dinosaurs that look a bit like flightless birds, but these ancient animals aren't just funny-looking fossils. As my team's new research, this is by Millie Mead, who wrote this press release, presumably for reproduced from the conversation here. As my team's new research published in the Royal Society Open Science shows, no paywall, they can help us understand how our own forelimbs evolved and challenge what scientists think about T-Rex. It's always got to go back to T-Rex, I guess. Salamander says 2025 is the year of the 2-fingered dinosaurs, clearly. I suppose. Covered in feathers and equipped with a strong, sharp beak, oviraptorosaurs ranged in size from a house cat to a giraffe. They could be easily mistaken for birds, if not for the sharp claws on their hands. The oviraptorosaurs lived in the Cretaceous period, between 145 and 66 million years ago, and belonged to a group of dinosaurs called the theropods, 2-legged, mostly meat eaters, although this critter, Oxoko, is probably a plant eater. Theropod dinosaurs and humans share a common feature. We walk on 2 legs and use our front limbs for functions other than walking. I mean, yeah. There might be some exceptions in the chat, people who use their arms for walking too, but most of us walk on 2 legs. Although some dinosaurs, the birds, stretched their forelimbs into wings and used them for flight, others shrunk them instead. Short forelimbs, missing 1 or more fingers, are most famous in the T-Rex, but many other theropods also evolved shorter arms and hands. The widespread view among scientists of their shrunken forelimbs as useless, that's the forelimbs of dinosaurs, not the forelimbs of scientists, comes from a 1979 paper. It argues evolution selected for increased head and hind limb size in T-Rex, and the arms became smaller as an evolutionary byproduct. So when my team at the University of Edinburgh analyzed patterns of arm evolution in a group of oviraptorosaurs, we expected to find that the forelimb reduction and finger loss would be linked. Instead, we found the opposite. Our study is the latest example of growing evidence that reduced forelimbs of certain theropods retain some kind of function. Until now, many paleontologists assumed dinosaurs which evolved shorter arms and lost their fingers did so because they weren't using them. We already know that this isn't true for one of the groups of dinosaurs we'll be talking about after this. The alvarezsaurs, like Trirarchunkus here, or they reduced their forelimbs, they made them shorter. They had 1 big claw on each hand. But their forelimbs were not useless, they're very much the business end of the animal. They're probably using that for digging. Maybe to catch insects, to dig them out of rotting logs and stuff like that. Anyhow. But oviraptorosaurs are the perfect group to study finger loss in theropods. Interesting, why is that? Though modern birds did not evolve directly from oviraptorosaurs, and they didn't. Theropod phylogeny. So an evolutionary family tree here. The birds are right here, aves. It's the only group of dinosaurs that's still alive today. All the rest of these guys died out. Unfortunately for them, but lucky for us. We wouldn't be here if that hadn't happened. oviraptorosaurs are right here. So they're pretty close to birds in the grand scheme of things. Across the whole dinosaur family tree, if you were to include all of dinosaurs on this tree, oviraptorosaurs would seem super, super close to birds, relatively speaking. But here we've only got theropods, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. And so even among theropods, oviraptorosaurs are still pretty close to birds. Oviraptorosaurs had toothless beaks. Again, like you see right here with this 3D print. There's the eye socket right there. This is the nares, the nostril. This is the toothless beak right there at the front. Right here. Yeah, and the lower jaw would be here. They've got some of them have supremely weird looking skulls. Just utterly bizarre. Yeah. Like that. You can hardly tell which end is the front and which end is the back, you know? Just bonkers. Really weird looking. Again, which end is the front? And which end is the back? Where's anterior and posterior, chat? Is the right side the front? Or the left side? Needs a this side up arrow? There you go. Yeah. The back is the front, says Patrick Crusader. So, not joking here. Some people are going to think that I'm joking. This is the eye socket, the orbit. This is the post-orbital fenestra. So this over here is the backside of the skull. That's the mouth right there. So this is the premaxilla and the maxilla. There's the lower part of the beak. This is the nares up here. So yeah, I think most of you got it wrong. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? But there you see it there with the... Hopefully it makes more sense with the vertebrae attached. I need to get these files so I can 3D print them. That would be really cool to have. But yeah, you kind of need the neck to be able to make sense of it, right? I mean, I can make sense of it because I know these critters, but yeah. Yeah, bonkers, right? These are weird animals. They're really strange. They really, really are. Here, I'll show you a clip of... They call it oviraptor in this, but we should probably call it city patty nowadays. It's been... that genus has been split up. There we go. Here's our oviraptorosaurs. Oviraptorosauria is the whole group. An oviraptor is one genus within that group. So is city patty, who used to be called oviraptor when it was first found, and then it was realized these are probably different animals. Shoot, where are they? I'm trying to find that particular clip here. There we go. That's Velociraptor. Yeah. So they probably didn't eat meat most of the time. They were probably omnivores, maybe. It's a safe bet sometimes to say that, you know, if we don't know what a certain dinosaur was eating, especially if it didn't have teeth, you know, we say, well, it's probably an omnivore, I guess. Like, I'm not going to tell this animal what to eat. It can eat whatever it wants. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this maybe gives you a sense for like what the animal would look like too with that bizarre skull. Yeah. Just weird. They're so neat. Bizarre animal. Anyway, does that make more sense now? Front of the skull right here. There's the orbit, the eye socket. There's the back of the skull. Again, front of the skull, this is the beak, nostril, eye socket, the neck would attach right here. Yeah, kind of cassowary-like, yeah. Yeah. Say omnivore to be at least partially right. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anyway, they're weird animals. They're super cool. Yeah, oviraptorosaurs had toothless beaks, they were covered in feathers, and they sat on carefully constructed nests, with their eggs arranged in neat rings and partly buried. And, here, going back to this VOD, let's see if we get to the part with my display over here. I think it might be toward the end. This is where we got into the lab. But I did an illustration of one of these guys for the Badlands Dinosaur Museum back in 2017. Where was that? Oh, I saw it.
And really, like, all that information should be just in like a little fact box.
This is it.
This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Let's talk dinosaurs.
Below this level, and out in
Holy
here,
cow,
there are dinosaur
GeoJim.
fossils.
Thank you for the
Above
raid.
this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
GeoJim, I hope you had an excellent stream. How are things? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We're going over some fossil news here, which I'm pretty excited about. We're talking about oviraptorosaurs and finger loss in these animals. And so I was just showing off a clip of a... This is going to show a piece of art that I did portraying an oviraptorosaur for this museum in North Dakota. Anyway, Jim, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope your stream was excellent. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
And then the text in these is supposed to be information that's unique or new.
Mm-hmm.
So little facts and things.
So yeah, that was during that summer in 2017 when we were waiting for our permits. I spent a couple days just designing a template like this that would be plug and play. So I chose a font and like tried to pick colors that would work well with the rest of the museum, and then designed this right here and got the colors all exactly
Time
right.
scale there. So yeah, GeoJim, you'll know about this. Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, Permian, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Paleogene, Neogene. I don't even have Quaternary in there. Yeah.
Like geological maps and everything, and yeah, so I'm really pleased that you've been able to run with that and you're still using it. Like that's that feels like, you know, it made a real contribution there.
I've adapted it a number of times, like different sizes. Like all these boxes look about the same size, but if they're close to the front or if they're at the back, there's like 20% difference.
Yeah.
So they look more or
George
less
from
the same.
NY gifted a tier 1 sub to Chominic.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that gift sub. Thank you kindly. We're now at 82 out of 200. Look, we might hit our goal this week. That would be phenomenal. Fantastic. Thank you, George. I appreciate that.
Same to you, but they're actually all different sizes. It's It's really boring, that kind of thing. It's almost as boring as different light bulbs, but
It's important, though.
Once
Like,
you start
yeah.
putting these things together, like you start getting appreciation for the different scaling and sizes of panels.
Definitely, yeah.
Neat. And I recognize that piece of artwork there, too. This is why I'm showing you this clip.
That oviraptorosaur?
So, yeah, this is one of these guys that, it's a digital painting of mine. I made this back in summer of 2017. So here's an oviraptorosaur sitting on her, or maybe his, eggs. It could very well be that the male dinosaurs, particularly within Maniraptora, were the ones who cared for the eggs, because that's what we see in a number of different birds. Some of our most basal birds, the birds that seem to be kind of earliest diverging, like paleognath birds, ostriches, emus, cassowaries, rheas. It's the dad who takes care of the eggs. Tinamous as well. And if anybody over the course of this stream gives 10 gift subs, you'll see a Tinamu bird doing his thing. All of those birds, it's the males who actually sit on the eggs and then after they hatch, take care of the babies. The females will all, he'll show off to them. He'll say, look at this beautiful nest I've built. Come couple up with me and lay your eggs in my nest. And then she does. Then he's got a whole bunch of eggs there and he takes care of them. That might be the case with these guys too. It might be more likely than not.
Was that City Patty, I think? Yeah, or Oviraptor, either one. But yeah.
I tell people that this is my favorite display in the museum.
This one?
Yeah, and these days maybe it's one of the newer ones, but this was at the time my favorite. It's because it shows the process of science. Here it is.
Yeah.
That back in the 1920s, the American Museum went to
Yeah.
New York. They found dinosaur eggs, and they found baby dinosaurs, these Protoceratops babies, and they said, "Oh my God! Like, Brent, we've got nests of Protoceratops." And so, when this museum opened in 1992, in 1993, this is one of the models that they had, and it's a bunch of baby Protoceratops and a bunch of those eggs that were found by the American Museum.
Yep.
And the same year that this model was made, the American Museum had been back to Mongolia, and they'd found more of these eggs, of course, and they cracked a few open, and inside they found oviraptor embryos.
Yeah, not Protoceratops.
Not Protoceratops. And of course, back in the 1920s, they'd found an oviraptor standing on top of these eggs, and they thought the oviraptor was stealing the eggs of the Protoceratops, so they called it egg thief oviraptor. And now we realize that the oviraptor is actually protecting its nest, and that these are oviraptor eggs. So I tell kids, it's like, if this model shows anything at all, it shows a bunch of baby Protoceratops smashing up an oviraptor nest out of pure spite. And so that's why they look so happy. So this will learn you. But it shows the process of science.
Yeah.
And it shows.
Yeah. Here's a link to that VOD again if you want to watch this. This is one of my favorite recent streams. So oviraptorosaurs, really cool dinosaurs, and now we've got a new paper that just came out, I think today or maybe yesterday, about finger loss in oviraptorosaurs. Yeah, so Oxoko of arson, that is, there we go, this critter right here. Yeah, these guys. 2 fingers per hand. Bizarre. Other related dinosaurs have 3. These guys only have 2 per hand. And I think there were at least 2 specimens found that have this, so it's not like it's a one-off mistake or anything. It's just how they work. They had stumpy arms and only 2 functional fingers. Lived in Mongolia during the late Cretaceous period, and would have shared its habitat with the gigantic relative of T-Rex called Tarbosaurus. Oxoko did technically have a 3rd digit, but it was a useless leftover, just a little splint, vestigial, from a time when their ancestors needed all 3 fingers. In fact, Oxoko's hands and forelimbs are far more similar to a T-Rex or a Tarbosaurus than any of its oviraptorosaur cousins. It's important to understand how theropod forelimbs evolved because they are some of the only animals alongside humans to become bipedal. This means they no longer rely on their forelimbs for moving around, whether that's by walking, climbing, or flying. Their arms were free to evolve new functions. Many of them used their long arms and fingers for grasping. Others, like Oxoko, explored different and more specialized functions. My team's research, which analyzed how the length of each arm bone changed over time, shows that these dinosaurs lost their third finger in a separate process to the shortening of the arms. This goes against the idea that their arms were functionless. If their forelimbs shrunk because the oviraptorosaurs were not using them, their fingers and forelimbs should have become shorter at the same time. Instead, their arms seem to have shrunk first. So they've got shorter arms, but their fingers did not become shorter. So what's going on there? Previous research shows one group of oviraptorosaurs, called the Heyuaniae, expanded their range during the late Cretaceous. They moved from the area that is now southern China into the Gobi Desert in northern China and southern Mongolia. The reduction in arm length coincided with this expansion in their range. Interesting. Do we know that for certain? Like, do we have, like, good, precise strat on these guys? It's kind of rare in that part of the world. Then Oxoko lost its third finger. Although some other closely related oviraptorosaurs had relatively short third fingers, and none of them was as reduced as in Oxoko. Forelimb reduction and finger loss in this group of dinosaurs could have been caused by the new habitat. Once they had moved into the Gobi Desert, they would have come up against new survival challenges. For example, they might have had to adapt to new food sources or different predators. Something about their new habitat favored dinosaurs with shorter arms and fewer fingers, causing them to evolve their stumpy, two-fingered forelimbs. Interesting. We think they started using their arms for a whole new purpose. It's possible Oxoko used its arms for digging. This is something that we see in a lot of fossorial animals. You have a reduction in the number of digits. Armadillos have these really weird forelimbs. With these great big claws on them. And yeah, as you can see, here, I'm trying to find you your southern three-banded armadillo. That'll kind of work. One big claw right there, pretty short arms. They use that for digging. So weird. Like, what a bizarre animal. Yeah. Oxoko might have lost its third finger, but its first finger is another story. This digit is thick and strong-looking, with a large claw on the end. We can see scars and ridges where its muscles used to be attached to its bones. These show that Oxoko had strong arms. If you've got big muscle scars there, that indicates powerful arms. Rather than reaching and grasping like other oviraptorosaurs, Oxoko could have used its small but mighty forelimbs for scratch digging. This could have been useful for finding food, such as plant roots and burrowing insects, or for building nests in the ground. The holotype fossil that leads... Also, they could have been burrowing themselves. They don't even mention that here, but it's a possibility. I suspect more of these dinosaurs in Mongolia were burrowing than we realize. Protoceratops was probably burrowing. Alvarezsaurs, there's a chance they burrowed too, maybe. These guys may have also been digging burrows. Yeah. So the holotype fossil, the fossil that leads to the naming of a new species of Oxoko, was the most important in our analysis. And that one was right here. You can see it there. Yeah, pretty amazing. Just incredible preservation here. This is the sort of thing you get out of Mongolia, you know? Just absolutely angelic. How beautiful is that? Amazing. Very cool. It's originally found by poachers in Mongolia. That is a common theme. This fossil was nearly lost to science. Authorities rescued it at the border of Mongolia in 2006, and it was taken to the Institute of Paleontology, but it wasn't fully studied until 2020. It was Oxoko's strange two-digit forelimbs that made us want to investigate finger evolution. I love that this press release is written in such a way where there's kind of a narrative structure to it, and it's like, hey, this is why we were interested in this, you know? Like, this is some good science writing here. Despite the similarities in the size and shape of their forelimbs, it's unlikely that T-Rex and Oxoko use their arms for the same thing. Yeah, they certainly wouldn't. Oxoko is a small herbivore. T-Rex was a giant carnivore. It was so massive that it couldn't have reached the ground to dig, at least with its forelimbs, even if it tried. But Oxoko shows us that theropod forelimbs can get shorter and lose digits without becoming functionless. And that raises the question, are T-Rex's arms as useless as they're often portrayed? Well, I mean, probably, yeah, I don't know. I think they're vestigial in Tyrannosaurus. I don't think Oxoko and Tyrannosaurus are reducing their numbers of digits for the same reason. But let's see what they say. My team's new research shows that our initial assumption that forelimb and digit reduction are caused by function loss in oviraptorosaurs is probably wrong. Instead, arm shrinking and finger loss seems to be caused by an adaptation to a new environment and the adoption of a new function. This is an example of how evolution can mold forelimbs to suit different habitats and uses. It is also a step forward in understanding how theropods evolved, such an amazing diversity of forelimb shapes and sizes. This is something that my undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, whom we've interviewed here on the stream, he would talk about this all the time. Theropod dinosaurs, in becoming bipedal, walking on two legs, suddenly their arms are freed up for doing all kinds of different things. They could be used for catching prey, for holding objects, they could be used for digging, they could be used for flying in the case of birds. They can become reduced and basically just go away over time. There's so many different things that you can do with your arms as a theropod if you don't have to use them for walking anymore, which they didn't. Pretty cool stuff. Here is a link to the press release right there, and let's take a look at the actual paper here. There we go, and it is open access here.
Access granted.
There is a link to the paper. There you are. Oh, come on. View PDF. There we go. Yeah. And are T-Rex arms really useless? I always assume they use them like spiders use pedipalps. Well, unlike pedipalps and arachnids, Hogan, Tyrannosaurus forelimbs don't seem to have been sexually dimorphic. So the males and the females seem to have had the same size forelimbs, probably. They may have been used in mating, but they were probably not a necessary trait. Tyrannosaurus very well may have been on their way to losing their forelimbs altogether. Because they are incredibly small compared to the full size of the animal. You know, there are some paleontologists who make a big deal out of T-Rex arms, like, oh, well, you know, a T-Rex's arm it's still bigger and stronger than your arm. But yeah, this is on an animal that's 40 feet long and weighed 5 tons or more. My arms on an animal that big is comical. I suspect that these guys were on their way to losing their arms entirely. You know? And we see that there's actually like a speculative reconstruction of that very scenario in this book over here. The Scientific American Book of Dinosaurs. With Greg Paul at the helm. There we go. I wish the publisher had treated this a little better. Because we've got the page break right here in the middle, but yeah. There were never dinosaurs like these. This right here, none of these dinosaurs existed. This is a speculative kind of science fiction thought experiment. What if the asteroid hadn't hit at the end of the Cretaceous period? Or what if somehow, what if it hit in a different spot and it weren't as severe and, you know, the non-avian dinosaurs survived? Maybe you would have had these weirdo ceratopsians evolving. Lambeosaurines with this kind of crazy headgear. And maybe the tyrannosaurs here would have lost their forelimbs altogether. There's just little nubs where their arms used to be. We won't know. We can't know if this would have happened. Because it didn't. These guys never had a chance to evolve in this direction because that freak accident, that asteroid strike, wiped them out, along with about 80% of all other life on Earth. But maybe, just maybe, if they had been allowed to continue to evolve, maybe this would have happened. This does seem to be the direction they're kind of trending in. Tyrannosaur arms do seem to get smaller and smaller as you move through the Cretaceous period. But they were never allowed to kind of reach that conclusion, that potential conclusion, because evolution stopped. They went extinct. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, do you know of any good close-up related images of T-Rex gastralia? Asked Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, I think so. Here, let's look. Pex Rex at Museum of the Rockies is a skeletal mount with pretty decent gastralia. So if you search Pex Rex and look at the images there, you'll see some good ones. This is one of the better T-Rex mounts with gastralia. It might be one of only two actual Tyrannosaurus fossil skeletal mounts. There's Pex Rex and there's Sue that both have gastralia. And I think that's probably it for T-Rex. I think every other one is a cast or a replica or even a sculpt. Yeah. So there you go. Hopefully that helps. Let me put this back. Where were we? Yeah. Okay, here's the actual paper. Forelimb reduction and digit loss were evolutionary decoupled in oviraptorosaurian theropod dinosaurs. Amelia Mead, Greg Funston, Steve Brusati. The authors here. Nice. I think this is just published yesterday. So pretty neat. Kind of challenging some assumptions about digit loss and what's going on forelimbs of dinosaurs like this. They did a PCA plot here. Yeah. What's crazy is Oxoko's got such a short humerus compared to its femur. It's kind of crazy. Like, these guys are really reducing the size of their forelimbs, but they might be evolving the ability to dig. I would not be shocked if these guys were burrowers. That might be a good way to kind of weather a tough desert environment like they would have lived in. Because these are from the Nemegt Formation. There we go. Which I know they've got like big river systems and stuff through the Nemegt, but I think it's also pretty dry in certain places too. The Nemegt Formation. forest cover. It was wetter than some of these other environments. Interesting. Anyhow. Anywho. And wait, Protoceratops burrowed? Yeah, it's probably pretty safe to say that it did, Dinosaur Dave. I can talk about that now at this point. We've got direct evidence that Leptoceratops from North America was a burrower. Let me find that for you. Should be about here.
Together, showing a Leptoceratops burrow. These are animals that lived in burrows, based on some of the new information that we're basically putting together.
And I'm so glad we could talk about this because I've been super cagey about this on stream.
Well, I'd still be super cagey. I'm just doing like a little exclusive. I'm not going to go into any details, but you know what's in the abstract that we presented is already out there.
I didn't realize that. Yeah,
so. It's an exclusive for this, for when we did our own little meeting here. But we've had basically you can't get a skeleton of a Leptoceratops anywhere. I tried to find casts, Canadian Museum of Nature.
Anyhow, we've got a site from eastern Montana, from Garfield County, like we were talking about earlier. And, yeah. It seems like a pretty open and shut case that these are Leptoceratops burrows that we were digging up. And Protoceratops is often found in articulation. Denver likes to describe them as almost like they're in missile tubes that are just kind of sticking up like this. You'll find one Protoceratops like that, another one a few meters away, looking like that too. It seems like it would be like, how do you get that kind of preservation? There's an old idea that, oh, maybe it's, they died in a sandstorm or a collapsing sand dune or something. It doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense. Burrows make so much more sense than that. The famous fighting dinosaurs. This here. This scenario here. There you go, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. There we go. I never thought this was a particularly plausible scenario here. This always felt like a lot of arm waving to me. A sand avalanche? Yeah, I don't... Anyhow, yeah. I'm not a sedimentologist. I'm not a geomorphologist. But this doesn't seem super plausible to me. I think the idea that since we already have a bunch of protoceratops that seem to clearly be in burrows that collapsed, this could be a velociraptor that went down into a protoceratops burrow. They got into a fight. They're jostling around. The burrow collapses. There you go. That makes a lot more sense to me than a sand avalanche. But science is not about hunches or what sounds more plausible. It's about testing ideas using evidence, and I wonder how you'd go about actually testing that, you know? Someday somebody's gonna do it, and we'll probably see a publication on that. I would guess, like, probably in the next decade. Somebody reevaluating that site as a potential burrow collapse. Well, yeah. Yeah. Dune slip in a burrow collapse? Yeah, Kazashi. I wonder how you'd go about doing a test like that. Yeah. Somebody who knows more about this kind of thing than I do, somebody for whom this is their field, I'm sure they could figure it out. Yeah. Anyhow. And Starmus says Protoceratops is mostly active during the day. So even that has been disputed. Here. Yeah. So Protoceratops has been suggested to be nocturnal. Because of the large size of its orbits and the big sclerotic ossicles and the big bones in the eye. It's been suggested that, that both Protos and Velociraptor and a number of other dinosaurs from the Jurassic Formation may have been nocturnal, just based on them having large eyes. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So our new paper on Oxoko, this very cool oviraptorosaur, suggests that, oh shoot. Oh, and some of these guys too they're buried like this, like, it really does look like they're kind of smushed from top to bottom. See the way the legs are folded up right there? It's kind of uncanny. So you're looking at the bottom of the foot right here. Right there, there's the ankle, there's the shin, and there's the knee. These guys are just kind of squashed from top to bottom like that. And you've got two of them there together. There's one skull here, and the other skull there. This could very well be a mated pair of these animals, and they died together in a burrow collapse. That would make a lot of sense. I think a lot of these critters from the Gobi, a lot of these Mongolian fossils probably represent dinosaurs who were burrowing and their burrows collapsed. Yeah. Anyhow. And Protoceratops did not have a horned starmite. That was, Centrosaurus there? Yeah, Centrosaurus is the one with the horn. So this is comparing two different ceratopsians. Protoceratops and Centrosaurus. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So cool stuff. Oxoko, two-fingered oviraptorosaur. Maybe a burrower. Maybe those two fingers are for digging, you know? Yeah. Cool stuff. Anywho, yeah. And from there, here, I'll give you one more, link you to this piece of fossil news, and we'll move on to our next one. So our next bit of fossil news is not a new dinosaur, but it's on a group of dinosaurs called alvarezsaurs, and how pneumatized they were. Full of hot air. Air pockets found in the bones of alvarezsaurid skeleton for the first time. This is Bonapartenicus right here, which is a member of this group, the Alvarezsauria. This is one of my favorite groups of dinosaurs because I've worked on them. Bizarre animals. We're talking about digit loss of fingers through evolution, and reduction in forelimb length. These guys are particularly noteworthy for that. Very short-armed, but those arms are very stocky and powerful. Really cool critters. Really, really cool. Going back to
we do have people in here right now, so
our VOD with Denver Fowler back in February. Let's take a look at Triraarchuncus here, who is Denver's baby, and also mine to a certain extent. One of the authors on the paper. There we go.
To show you. Absolutely gorgeous. This is Triraarchuncus, which is one of my very, very favorite dinosaurs, because I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper from 2020. So this is what we call an alvarezsaur. It is him, yes, Dr. Terry, yeah. One of our very favorite dinosaurs here. So these bizarre, feathered, super short-armed, big-clawed, insect-eating dinosaurs. So this is another model that was produced by Boban Filipovic. And he actually won the Lazendorf National Geographic Paleo Art Prize for sculpture.
Good for
in
him.
2018.
Yeah.
So that is the award right there. And this is gorgeous. Photographs really just don't do it justice. Just the intricate feathering around the face. You've got little feathery eyelashes there.
Incredible.
Just, yeah, like bristly whisker-like feathers all around, too. And so why does it only have one claw on each arm, asked Kara Ashton. This whole group of dinosaurs, the alvarezsaurs, are like this.
Well, we don't have any particular evidence for the feathers on these guys. We don't know what it looked like. We do have hazy wisps of feathery stuff on Shuvuia, I think. But any kind of feathering you see on these guys is going to be speculative.
They've got one big claw, and that's the thumb claw right there. As you can see, there's two little tiny claws underneath as well. We don't know for sure that this guy had this. Probably did. Most of these alvarezsaurs seem to have that. But, yeah. It's been a mystery for a long time. Like, why did they have these super short but very, very robust arms with one big claw like that? And the thing is...
Well, what were they doing with that? Here, I will show you a clip. I know we watch this all the time, but there are new folks here who haven't seen it, and those of you who have probably won't mind watching it again. Ugly Potato Bug.
Historic horrors. What's all
Great
this
name.
archaic anatomy and
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Mononicus is a desert specialist.
So this is Mononicus, which is maybe the sister taxon to Triraarchuncus. This is the closest relative of this dinosaur here.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within. She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononicus. Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest. And she has another special piece of equipment. A flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
When did termites first evolve? Way long before the dinosaurs. I think they evolved in like the Carboniferous.
Meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Good stuff.
As we see a similar kind of pattern in other insect-eating animals, animals that are using claws like that for digging. So critters like aardvarks, critters like silky anteaters, they've got very similar claws, just like that. So we think these guys are probably using those claws for maybe opening up rotting logs to get to insects inside. Maybe they're using those claws to dig for mammals, trying to open up mammal burrows, open up a hollow in a tree in order to get the poor mammals cowering
to eat our ancestors.
Yeah. But Triarchunkus is really special because it is the very last member of this group. It's one of the last dinosaurs that we have from North America. So this guy would have been around when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. This is the last member of its lineage. This is the last of its kind. Triarchunkus prairiensis. Now, the name Triarchunkus, it's not super easy to pronounce or to spell, I suppose, but Denver picked that name. I think it's a really good one. The name Triarchunkus means Captain Hook, on account of those claws there. And prairiensis, because it was from the American Prairie Reserve. That's where Jack Wilson found the claw, this claw. Oh, man.
That's the original there.
So that's a cast, right?
What?
The claw that you've got?
No.
That's the original.
This is the one that we have.
This is great that Denver's bringing out the original specimen here. I think this might be the holotype officially.
Yeah. So this is the medium
red
size
carpet
one.
treatment
I've
here.
shown the paper many times on stream. But look at that. Yeah. And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world, given that it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most complete one.
So most complete one in the world, we mean the most complete claw of any alvarezsaur ever found. So any member of this entire family, this claw that Denver is holding in his hand right here is the most complete one that anybody's ever found. It's got even the very, very tip of it right there.
One in North America, it's more complete than the ones from Mongolia. And what this shows is that the claw is very curved. Like people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions like you can see on this drawing here, it's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononicus claws, the tip is broken, and people didn't realize how curved they were. Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But
the tip is very fragile.
Relatively recently, the people have been doing that, and we started doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it, and we can see how complete it is.
And it is a blood groove there, Hogan. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that sulcus like that nutrient groove. We see this in lots of different dinosaur claws. Sulcus is not the right word, but yeah. Nutrient groove right there.
Just incredible.
So this is the most complete alvarezsaurid claw. There are other ones that are supposed to be complete, but the tips are often still a little bit damaged.
So nobody realized how pointy they would get until Jack Wilson found this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is I think leverage is more, it's very curved so you can hook and pull rather than digging with it, sort of, it's more hook and pull destruction.
Very
That's
cool.
what he is. And this is a little cast made out of metal. At some point we'll have these in the gift shop.
I need to get one of
Have them
those.
as a necklace.
I used to
It's-
have
it's
one.
basically a museum grade cast. I have to get more of these made. I have about 20 or something right now.
So I had one of these as a necklace for a long time, and I gave it to a girlfriend. Didn't work out. So I don't have that anymore.
This is like a little necklace version of this. So
That's going to be a bestseller. And hopefully it'll be available on the online shop. By the way, if anybody would like to get a shirt like I have right here, type in the merch command there. Because, yeah, there's the online shop is live, and you can support the museum and get yourself a really cool shirt. Or a hat, or a portfolio, or a few other items, too.
yeah, so this is the
And there we go, BDM merch. Let's take a look at that and see if those claws are up there. I doubt they are. No. But, oh, that's cool. These are up now. You can get a little Daspletosaurus wilsoni head bust magnet there. I almost got one of those when I was there, but I think they were out of stock. Yeah, good stuff.
the model that won the Lansendorf Prize in 2018. Boban won the Lansendorf Prize. He made the model. So this is a copy of the original award. The original one went to Boban, of course, in Serbia, and he got a lot of attention nationally for that. Rightly so.
Yeah.
I'm so pleased this one won. We entered both of them. And this one's my favorite, though.
Yeah.
He's your weird little buddy. He was made specifically to make eye contact with the visitor. So he sort of, he watches you. He's just totally weird. And we worked on giving him some characterization. Like if you see the making of photographs, the crest, the silly crest, was a very late addition to the model. And it really gives it some character.
Definitely.
He looks kind of harmless, but you wouldn't say that if you were a termite or a bee.
Yeah.
So.
Good stuff. And again, here's a link to that VOD so you can watch the whole thing if you would like to. And Emily says they should do pre-orders for chat. So I was talking to Denver about that. Denver's guy who produced those needs to relocate the molds. He needs to find them again because they're currently lost in order to be able to make more copies. So that's the hold up right now. Anyway, these guys, alvarezsaurs, we now have evidence of pneumaticity in them. A team of archaeologists, really? And paleontologists, okay, from Argentina, the US, and China, have unearthed the first known example of a fossilized alvarezsaurid skeleton, with evidence of air pockets in its bones. Pneumaticity, we would call it. And their paper published in the open access journal, PLOS One. The group describes where they found the fossil, its condition, and they're surprised at finding evidence of pneumaticity in most of its bones. And that shouldn't be surprising. These are extraordinarily bird-like dinosaurs. In fact, very early on, when Mononychus was first described, it was thought to have been a bird. So I'll show you. I think we have that in here. I need to adjust here. Give me a second. Adjust the lighting here. Because it's a little wonky. It's a little better. I think it's... Yeah, there we go. So forget your fake dire wolves. Mononychus was once on the cover of Time magazine in summer of 1993. There we go. This is before we really realized that these dinosaurs had feathers all over their bodies. Yeah, meet Mononychus, a new link between dinosaurs and birds. There we go. So at the time, it wasn't really sure whether this dinosaur was a non-avian or an avian dinosaur. Is it a very bird-like dinosaur, or is it straight up a bird? This was still under discussion at the time. Yeah. Now comes Mononychus, one of the fruits of the first Western expeditions into the Mongolian Gobi in 60 years. Mononychus may be the discovery of a lifetime. This turkey-sized predator with its mouthful of sharp teeth and long tail. Do we actually know that it had teeth? I'm not sure we do. It looks quite similar to the theropods. Even so, says paleontologist Mark Norell, it shares a number of features with modern birds. In Archaeopteryx, for example, he explains the fibula, the thin bone in the leg, touches the ankle. In birds, that doesn't happen, and the same is true of Mononychus. Birds have a keeled sternum, or breastbone, where the flight muscles attach. Mononychus also had a keeled sternum. Some of Mononychus's wrist bones were fused together, which is another hallmark of its adaptation for flight, suggesting that Mononychus may have evolved from a flying animal, just as ostriches and emus are descended from flying birds. That being the case, it was probably covered with feathers. There are researchers skeptical, of course, about how Mononychus is labeled, and about the larger question about how dinosaurs are related to birds. But some scientists cannot really decide for sure whether Mononychus should be considered a primitive flightless bird or a dinosaur. It seems plausible that there was really no essential distinction. It was both. Nowadays, we think that these guys are probably not on the direct line to birds. They're probably not descended from birds, but we're still not 1,000% sure of that. So yeah, it's interesting. I'll put it that way. Yeah. If you pull on one of those books, does the bookcase open to reveal your paleontology lair? Asks Snake Socks. This is my paleontology lair. What do you think you're looking at? Anywho, let me put this back real quick. So, over many years, scientists have found evidence of pneumaticity, air pockets in bones, in archosaurs, including pterosaurs and Saurischian dinosaurs, but never in Alvarezsauridae, that family of
Inachu just gifted 50 subs.
Mononychus and its relatives. Inachu, holy cow! What? Incredible. Inachu, thank you very, very much for that. Holy cannolis indeed, Jody Fish. Thank you, Inachu. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. We are now
cheated. Try blaming the dinosaurs.
We are now well on our way to our sub goal. We're more than halfway. We might make it this week. Thank you for your generosity, Inachu. There are 50
If you're feeling a bit
chatters
cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thanks to you, Inachu. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. That's spectacular. Yay, indeed, Inachu. Yay. Thank you very much. Extraordinary. Yeah. Claire says seeing some great hits in there, too. Yeah. Tar Pit. Circules.
No shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Inferno? Nice.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
XVR27, thank you for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you, Anacho. I appreciate that. And thank you, Matt M33 and Hogan for the 100 bits each. We've got a hype train going, starting off at level 7 here. And XVR, did I thank you for the 7 months? I hope I did. Thank you, XVR. Excellent. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Inachu, thank you for putting food on my table, helping me make a living doing this. It means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Yeah. The research team was working at a dig site in the Middle Campanian and Lower Maastrichtian Allen Formation, located in Rio Negro Province, Argentina. Well, they unearthed what were clearly several averasaurid fossils of various sizes.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Inachu.
Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Inachu.
Gift subs in the channel.
Well deserved. Appreciate that, Lenina. Now you won't have to worry about any ads yourself, Inachu. Thank you. Brilliant. After bringing the fossils back to the lab for study,
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, the Raven.
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. Appreciate you, the Raven. They conducted CT scans at a local hospital. The researchers found some examples of air pockets throughout its axial skeleton. So you've got axial and appendicular skeleton. This is true for dinosaurs, and it's true for us. Any animal with a skeleton. Axial has an L in that. There we go. So, axial skeleton is the skull and the vertebrae and the ribs. Appendicular is the limbs and the hips.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Playing tag with you, dog.
Big Boy Draws, thank you for those 100 bits. Brilliant. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Appendicular, axial. So the axial skeleton is the part of the skeleton that's usually pneumatized in Saurischian dinosaurs, the lizard-hip dinosaurs, including birds. It's the vertebrae especially, and the ribs, and the skull, and the sacrum. All of this has got air sacs and hollows in it, hooked up to the respiratory system. But some of these pneumaticities were in unexpected places in this paper, such as halfway down the length of its tail. They also found uneven patterns of air pockets in different fossils, suggesting that there was no clear means of progression, a possible sign that their purpose may have been associated with blood pathways. Interesting. Prior research has shown that in addition to reducing weight, air pockets in the bones of birds help with maintaining body temperature and assisting with respiratory activities, like breathing, getting oxygen to your cells. Scientists have therefore hypothesized that dinosaurs developed air pockets in their bones for similar reasons. That's where birds got it from. Those air sacs and hollows and pneumaticity, that didn't evolve for flight originally. That was something that dinosaurs came up with beforehand. And only later did that become an advantage for flight later on. Reducing weight in some of the larger dinosaurs they know could have reduced energy requirements and allowed the creatures to move more quickly. They suggest that their finding of pneumaticity in alvarezsauridae skeletons hint at the possibility that it also evolved in other dinosaurs. They state future studies may uncover more examples. So the funny thing is that, like, yeah. There we go, nice. You don't always know that those pneumatic spaces are there unless you go looking for them, or unless you do a CT scan to look at the interior of the bones. And that seems like that's exactly what happened in this case. I'll give you a link to this paper here. There we are. And once again, there is no paywall here. This is open access.
Access granted.
Beautiful. First unambiguous record of pneumaticity in the axial skeleton of alvarezsaurians. Nice. Oh, and Matt Wadel is one of the authors here. Yeah, very cool. So, Bonapartinicus ultimus is an alvarezsaurid theropod from the Upper Cretaceous of Patagonia, Argentina. Despite previous studies on pneumatic structures in theropod dinosaurs, there are no studies focusing on Alvarezsauridae. Here we address this gap by presenting the first contribution focusing on the pneumatic features of an alvarezsaurid theropod, using both external skeletal anatomy as well as computed tomographic images, CT scans, showing internal details. These specimens show that the axial skeleton, that's the vertebrae and potentially the ribs and the hips, of Bonapartinicus was invaded by pneumatic structures. It was shot through with air hollows, reaching the middle section of the tail. Our study suggests that pneumaticity, having these air-filled structures, among alvarezsaurids did not have a linear evolutionary trajectory, but instead shows a more random pattern of variability. The study is an important first step that paves the way for future studies to uncover the extent of pneumatic invasion among alvarezsaurids and its macroevolutionary implications. Interesting stuff. I wonder if they've got a figure here. There's one of the neck vertebrae. You see those little pits where the air would go into there. More with some of the vertebrae from near the back of the neck. Yeah, cool little paper. This is neat stuff. And so interesting. Yeah, it doesn't seem like pneumaticity is a universal characteristic in alvarezsaurs. I think that's what they're saying here. So, like, some of them have it, some of them don't. Huh. As a priority of future pneumaticity research, specimens should be imaged using available technologies, such as CT scanning, to fully understand the extent and significance of pneumatic invasion among alvarezsaurids and theropods more generally. Cool stuff. Neat little paper. So yeah, these guys, even more bird-like in some respects than they've been previously given credit for. Very cool. Excellent. Very cool stuff. Now with that, we'll move away from alvarezsaurs, and why don't we get into our brand new dinosaur here, our new Matriacanthosaur from China. This was kind of our headline here for today's stream, at least in the title. Let's get into it. Yuanmouraptor. New carnivorous dinosaur unveiled. Yuanmouraptor jingshanjianensis. Jingshajiangensis. So that means from Jingshajiang. Sorry, I don't speak Mandarin, so apologies. But paleontologists in China have unearthed a relatively complete skull. It's gorgeous. And vertebrae that belonged to a previously unknown Matriacanthosaurid theropod dinosaur from the Middle Jurassic period. So, this group of dinosaurs, Matriacanthosaurs, even if you don't think you've ever heard that term before, you actually have. if you've seen the film Jurassic Park, Metriacanthosaurus is in Jurassic Park. I'll show you. This is not Metriacanthosaurus. Give it a minute. Not amused. Here we go. This is not Metriacanthosaurus either. Yeah, here we go. So here we go. I gotta de-reverse it. Velociraptor Tyrannosaurus is misspelled right here. They put one N in. And then we've got Stegosaurus, also misspelled. An A instead of an O. And they're Metriacanthosaurus. Metriacanthosaurus. In Jurassic Park. You saw it here. There you go. So what did this dinosaur look like? Metriacanthosaurus. It's part of a group of, I'm not gonna say they're weird, but they're, you know, they're middle Jurassic theropods. Would have looked something like this. Yeah, they're kind of, sort of related to Allosaurus, as I understand it. They are Allosauroid theropods. There's a nice reconstruction there. We don't know whether or not they had feathers, but there you go. Oh, and hang on a second. Oh, Hosred, how are you doing?
A dinosaur?
What? Oh, Hosred, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're just about to go over a brand new dinosaur, just published today. Pretty exciting. So you've joined us at just the right time. Hikari IMC and Derpid, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. How was your stream, Alhazred? Tell me about it.
of all trades gifted a tier 1 sub to J-Dragon.
Looks like you were doing some science and technology too. Very cool. Very cool. Probably some hacking stuff. Nice. A new dinosaur dropped? Yes, indeed, Flangle Trees. We're about to jump into it. Jex of all trades, thank you for the
never
gifts.
found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
That's also true. Tete2J, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Love Science Communicators, keep doing what you do. I will, Alhazred, thank you. I'm coming back from a 4-month hiatus, but it's good to see your channel growing. Thanks, Alhazred. Appreciate that, and welcome back. I'm glad you've returned. Good to see you still on Twitch. That's awesome. Yeah, we've got exciting things coming up. Next week, I'm going to be heading out to Utah to do some more emergency excavation at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. Here. I'll show ya.
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making...
So the city of St. George, Utah had this really fossil-rich land donated to them to protect all the fossils there. It was basically like donated to the city so that paleontologists could work on this land and excavate the fossils and it wouldn't be developed. And then the city turned around and decided, oh yeah, we're going to build a power station here. We're going to destroy all these fossils. So they're set to break ground around the beginning of May, maybe sometime in May. We're not totally sure. I'm actually going to be calling up... oh, maybe not. We may have missed our window for that. I'll call him tomorrow. But we'll call up Andrew Milner and get an update.
The fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation.
I'll give you a link
to
this.
I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid, and I always wanted for dinosaurs and critters you have right in your own backyard. Being from California, from the Bay Area, I'm a little bit jealous.
To learn more about paleontologizing, how to volunteer for the fossil dig, and what's being discovered there, read the full story online. This is Alicia Lundgren reporting for St. George News, your #1 source for local news.
Yeah, very nice. Good stuff. Yeah. So I'll be heading out there either next Monday or next Tuesday. I'm still figuring things out, but I'll be there for probably a little bit less than a week. Although I'm still working out the details. Things could change. Anywho. And Derpid says, no hate, is that your only shirt? Yeah, I only have one shirt. And it's interesting how it changes colors and also changes patterns, too. So you see right now, it must be the different cameras, you know? But yeah, like with this camera, you know, it has pockets right there, it's tan. And then with this camera, look, it almost looks like it's gray, right? And there's no pockets anymore. And the buttons are white. Incredible, right? Yeah. Yeah. CGI is groovy, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. We're about to start talking about this brand new dinosaur here, just published yesterday. But we've got a bunch of cool new people here who came in with all Hosred, and I figure this might be a good opportunity to introduce some of the new folks to this channel with a quick little welcome video, and that'll also give me a chance to go to the bathroom. So, yeah, because I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Here. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce all you good folks to a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny. He's going to tell you a thing or two about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, hang on, goodness. He's very eager. I'll leave you in his very capable hands. Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present-day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to all Hosred for that raid there. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. What was I saying? We're getting ready to go back out to Utah next week, hopefully, to help out at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. And then at the very end of May, through the entire month of June, I'm going to be out in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs near the town of Green River in western Wyoming. And then later on in the summer, I'm going to be near Moab, Utah, digging dinosaurs out there. Gen X Ginger Snap, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Buyer Fringe and Grading says, are all the tools being stored safely now in St. George? I'm not sure. You know, we can try and give Andrew a call real quick, but I might wait till tomorrow to do that, actually, because it's a little late. He's going to be coming back from the site. He's going to be pretty busy. I kind of forgot to call him earlier on today's stream. We'll call him tomorrow and get an update from the site. Yeah. Anywho, we've got to move on to this before we run out of time. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss. So let's get into it. Yuanmouraptor, Jingshajiangensis. Paleontologists in China have unearthed a relatively complete skull and vertebrae that belonged to a previously unknown matriacanthosaurid theropod dinosaur from the Middle Jurassic period. Would have looked something like this. These are not bad depictions of matriacanthosaurs, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, there's the holotype of Matriacanthosaurus. Who's from England originally, from the Oxford Clay Formation. Not a lot from this animal. The name Matriacanthosaurus means, I think it means like middle spine lizard, because the neural spines on the vertebrae seem to be of kind of medium length. They're not crazy long, but they're not short. Or no, it must be measured spine lizard, Matriacanthosaurus. Anyway, the Middle Jurassic period is kind of mysterious. Like, what did dinosaurs look like then? What were they doing? Yeah. And so this is going to be a really important find. How old is the brand new dinosaur? It's from the Middle Jurassic period, so it's going to be about 170 million years old, give or take. Yeah. Yep, approximately 170 million years ago. Yeah. So in the grand scheme of things, if we look at our chronostratigraphic chart right here, this is the Mesozoic era, the age of the dinosaurs. There's the Cenozoic, the age of the mammals. We're in those black pixels up at the top of there, in the Holocene epoch after the Pleistocene. 0 million years ago. 66 million years ago, you have the end of the Cretaceous. The dinosaurs all go extinct except for a handful of bird species. It's the end of an era, the end of the Mesozoic era. The Mesozoic is comprised of the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous. Dinosaurs first evolve about here, probably about 240 million years ago, give or take. Dinosaurs take over the Earth at the beginning of the Jurassic, and those same rocks that are represented in St. George will be there next week. We'll be talking more about that. Our new dinosaurs from the Middle Jurassic. Right in here. And this is, in some ways, kind of a big fat question mark. We're still figuring out what's going on dinosaur-wise in the Middle Jurassic. And then, of course, you have the Cretaceous. Most of my field work and research has been on Cretaceous dinosaurs. But, yeah. Jody Fish says, so Matriacanthosaurids are closer to Carnotaurus than Allosaurus? No, Jody Fish, Matriacanthosaurus would be... So, Carnotaurus is an abelisaur. That's on the ceratosaur side of things. Matriacanthosaurus, the other Matriacanthosaurs are... They're kind of a little bit more basal to allosaurs, so... Here. They might even be on here. Here. They'd probably be within Carnosauria, actually. I think. If that makes sense. Here. Triacanthosauridae. Yeah, the moderately spined lizards. What did I tell you? Steinraptor is probably the best known, best preserved of all these guys. Steinraptor dong eye. Fun critter. It's got a beautiful skull. They are considered carnosaurs. There you go. Belonging to the Alvarezsaurs superfamily. So, yeah, I had that right. They'd be part of Carnosauria right here. Yeah. And Yangchuanosaurus, I think, is considered a Matriacanthosaur, yes. Triacanthosauridae represents a basal branching clade within Alvarezsaurs, said Dr. Yi Zhao, paleontologist at the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology, the IVPP as we call it, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and College. Cool. So, Beijing. Some researchers claim that Triacanthosaurids possessed a closer relationship with Carcharodontosaurs, rendering Matriacanthosauridae a more derived group than Alvarezsauridae. No matter what position Matriacanthosauridae has within Alvarezsauridae, members of this clade mainly come from the middle to late Jurassic strata of western China, such as Sichuan, Chongqing, Xinjiang, and Yunnan. Apart from those species found in China, Matriacanthosaurid theropods were also reported from late Jurassic of England, the late Jurassic of Kyrgyzstan, and the late Jurassic and early Cretaceous of Thailand. So they're a pretty widespread group early on. Apart from those, recently scientists reported a probable distribution of this clade in the Tibetan Plateau, which would be very interesting. The fossilized remains of Yuanmouraptor, Jinshanjiangensis, were collected from the Zhangge Formation, apologies if I'm butchering this, in Yunnan Province, China. The specimen includes a relatively complete skull in the first 11 vertebrae, including 10 cervical vertebrae, 10 vertebrae from the neck, and the anterior-most dorsal vertebra. So the back vertebra that attaches to the neck vertebrae. The one at the front of the back vertebrae. The preserved skull measured 53.9 centimeters in antero-posterior length. So that's front to back length. So 59.3 centimeters. Those of you who are ignorant of the metric system, 53.9 centimeters is that long. So it's a decent sized skull. Not small, it's certainly longer than my skull, you know? Team's phylogenetic analyses place the new species at a basal branching position within Matriacanthosauridae. So this would be a relatively primitive member of this group, if we're going to use old-fashioned terminology like that. Represents the most complete cranium, so the best skull among basal branching tetanourans reported from the Middle Jurassic of China, and provides valuable anatomical information concerning the unusual combination of plesiomorphies and synapomorphies of cranium and cervical vertebrae in Matriacanthosauridae, the scientist said. I wonder if this is just straight from the abstract. There's some jargon in there. There's some interesting primitive and derived features. A combination in there. In addition, our phylogenetic analysis recovered the phylogenetic position of Vietnitskisauриdae, being the sister group to Avitheropoda instead of being within Megalosauroidea, which is very interesting too. Piatnitskasauridae is this weird group, like Martiasaurus from the Morrison Formation of Utah. The late Jurassic of Utah is thought to be a Piatnitskisaur, which is potentially within Megalosauroidea, but maybe not, and this kind of throws a wrench into things. We've got a new specimen, and it's shaking things up. 3 major branches within Tetnurae are recovered by our phylogenetic analysis, with support for a monophyletic Avitheropoda, which is Allosauridia plus Coelurosauria, instead of the monophyletic Carnosauria, Megalosauroidea plus Allosauridia. Due to the lack of consensus upon phylogenetic relationship with basal branching Tetnurans over the past decades, and many relatively fragmentary materials within Tetnurae, more accuracy in character coding and new findings of early members of this clade are needed to untangle the interrelationship of basal members of the group in the future. So wow, there's a lot of jargon in there. Let's take a look at the paper and we'll decode some of this. This is, thankfully, our 3rd open access paper of the day. I will give you a link to that paper right here. Let's take a look. Whoop. This has been happening to me with PeerJ papers where it check internet connection. Where it's just not downloading properly. Resume. There we go. Finally. So if you have trouble with that, don't get too perturbed. Just keep trying. It'll come through. Open access paper, no paywall here. Follow along at home if you would like. Cool stuff. So there we go. Type locality of Yuanmouraptor from right here in Yunnan province. From Yuanmao, hence Yuanmouraptor from Yuanmao, not too far from Lufang in Yunnan province. Nice. So we've got Yuanmouraptor today to go along with Yuanmousaurus. This is another dinosaur from the same formation, big ol' sauropod. I wonder if this is related to like Omisaurus or Shunosaurus, or maybe Mamenchisaurus. Yeah. Interesting stuff. There's our paper. Okay. So there's the locality. It doesn't look like much, and what's interesting is it's not... This is such a beautiful area. You've got these lovely red rocks, but you've got plants growing all over the place, too. This is not nearly as dry as you would expect a dinosaur-bearing region of China to be. And you've got plants all over the place. It's interesting. I'll see if we can find higher res images of this. There we go. Yeah, so there, that's where it's from right there. This is where that skull is from. Doesn't look like much. But yeah, looks really pretty there. Like a surprising amount of vegetation for a good dinosaur site. Starmus says, unless you're a hardcore fan of dry and desolate, the Chinese dig sites seem to be more pleasant to work in. Well, yeah, they also have a lot more funding than we tend to have here in the States. Here, this is not too far away. Yunnan Dinosaur Geopark. This is, yeah, there. Kind of incredible.
Our remains being in China's subtropical south, there are remains being restored that predate China's ancient civilization.
Far predate. They predate humanity by tens of millions of years.
Yunnan province in China's southwest is home to more types of forest than any other, including one without any trees.
Well, there are some trees there. Like you can see some of them.
Yuanmao Earth Forest is made up of spires of clay sculpted from sandstone over millions of years. Perhaps the most significant thing about the rocks here is what they contain. Clues about the prehistoric creatures that once lived here. And Yunnan province is loaded with dinosaur remains.
Yep.
It's one of China's and the world's hottest locations for Jurassic era discoveries.
Jurassic period discoveries.
Especially here in Lufeng County, the location of China's Dinosaur Geopark.
So, our critter is from just north of here. So there's Lufeng right there. This is where that video is set. Our critter is from just up here, just to the northeast.
Mr. Wong has been working with fossils for 30 years. He's been busy as discoveries are unearthed every few weeks.
I'm sorry, Casey.
这块化石呢是一个登山爱好者，他们从这边登山爬山的时候发现。我们今天呢，爱好者
The fossil was actually found by a mountaineering enthusiast. He found it when he was climbing the mountains here. He offered us some clues as to where it was.
登山队员呢给我们提供了这个信息，然后呢我们到了这个地
finally found the spot and the fossil
这个
here.
化石，我们找到这个
It was
化
like
石
the end of a treasure
像
hunt.
寻宝一样才把它找到。
This fossil belongs to the appropriately named Lufangosaurus, first found in the Lufeng region. There
Only
are
found
now
in
76 complete specimens of this plant-eating species.
还有小腿，
Its tibia, thigh bone, would have been huge, around 80 centimeters
然后
long.
呢，它的体
This
型
dinosaur would have been
应该
about
是在
10 meters
10
long,
米左右
so。over 30
它生
feet.
长在侏罗纪
Would
早
have lived in
期
the early Jurassic period,
1.8
180
亿年
million years ago.
年代。
So here we go.
Lufeng is also home to its own Jurassic Park, where discoveries are put on display for Chinese
Incredible
tourists.
museum here. I'd love to go
Built
here.
in 2008, this 110,000 square foot exhibition center restores the bones on site. It's now one of the largest displays of fossils in the world, with 70 sets of restored.
This kind of puts Dinosaur National Monument to shame in some ways. Like we don't really have anything this extraordinary here in the U.S. And China has got multiple sites and museums like this now, and they're building more every year, it seems.
And mounted dinosaur skeletons.
After
we find a set of fossils in the field, we first transport the fossils here to the prep lab. And then preparation starts. This mainly involves cleaning the surface of the rocks very gradually, the surface of the fossils, using air scribes.
Since 1938, researchers in the Lufeng region have unearthed more than 1,000 dinosaur fossils, with surely more to come.
Pretty incredible. So yeah, it's wild. In many ways, the future of dinosaur paleontology might be in China. Future of many things is going to be in China, it seems like, especially how things are going with our current federal government in the United States. They're just blowing everything up. But they're doing cool work in China. Yeah. There's the site right there. And here we go. Designating that new name, Yuanmouraptor. Got an LSID for it there. Yuanmouraptor jinshajiangensis. New genus, new species. The genus name, Yuanmao, refers to the Yuanmao County where the holotype was collected, the original specimen. And raptor is Latin for the robber. Raptor means thief, robber, plunderer, stealer. Somebody thieving. And it's become kind of a common suffix for predatory dinosaurs. The specific name, Jinshajiang, namely the Jinsha River, middle region of the Yangtze River, which passes through Yuanmao County. And the type locality is located on the north bank of the river. So for our holotype specimen, we've got a partial skeleton consisting of a nearly complete skull with the lower jaw and 11 articulated anterior vertebrae. So 11 vertebrae from the front of the skeleton, anterior portion. 10 cervicals, 10 neck vertebrae, and the first dorsal vertebrae, the first vertebra from the back. So we've got a medium-sized Matriacanthosaurid dinosaur, different from other Matriacanthosaurids by the following unique combination of characters. Atapomorphes are indicated with an asterisk. So there's going to be a lot of jargon in here, just like detailed description, or not detailed description, but just anatomical descriptions of these different features. I'm not going to get too much into these. Ventral surface of the axial intercentrum parallel with that of the axial centrum, shared with Piatnitskysaurus and non-tetanurids, etc., etc. I'm not going to dive into that too deeply. And then description of the skull. We've got a premax, which is the tooth-bearing bone at the front of the snout right there. We've only got the left premax, but with most of the supernarial process missing except for its risen base. Interesting. There we go. So this skull is kind of squashed and deformed. This often happens with dinosaur skulls, especially theropods. They tend to have very fairly lightweight skulls. But we're going to have a reconstruction of that, I presume, later on in the paper. There we go. So by kind of undeforming this, we arrive at this reconstruction right here. Gives you a general sense for what this dinosaur would look like. There's our eye socket. There's our bony nostril veneris. And interesting that these teeth are kind of pronathous. I wonder if that's if it was actually like that in life. I kind of doubt it. It's probably due to things being kind of squashed and deformed. Same with these teeth. Very, we've got really strong curve pointing backwards like this. I kind of doubt that's what that was like in life. So both this up here and this right here, I bet you those are an artifact of, post-mortem deformation. That might be a taphonomic thing right there. We've got a good number of bones here. Premax, maxilla, jugal, quadrata jugal. Only a few missing, and there's a few damaged bits. And the ones that we have, really beautiful preservation here. It's gorgeous, really nice. Yeah, if you work on Jurassic theropods and kind of like the base of Tetanurae, that whole milieu, then this is a really exciting find. Another piece in the puzzle of trying to figure out how these big meat-eating dinosaurs evolved and what was going on with them. It's good stuff. Because again, dinosaurs from the Middle Jurassic, not very well understood. So this specimen is worth its weight in gold. That's very scientifically important. Good stuff. You see right there, this is where the lower jaw articulates with the skull. The mandibular joint right there. So, jaw joint right there. Atlas axis, so these are the vertebrae that attach to the skull. We've got some cervical vertebrae here, vertebrae from the neck. Yeah, more vertebrae. And then there's our phylogeny. So our guy comes out. Yeah, it's kind of the most basal member of Matriacanthosauridae. It would be nice if they could do histo here, but I don't know if they have. They don't really have like a limb bone for this, do they? So it'd be tricky to do histology. Figure out how mature the specimen is. Because often the more immature a specimen is, the more primitive it will look in your phylogenetic analysis. So that could be what's going on here, but it does make sense for it to be from the Middle Jurassic and fairly primitive like that. Primitive. Yeah. Here, let me zoom in a bit to our evolutionary family tree there. Alvarezsaurs is a dinosaur we talked about on this channel not too long ago. This is it's neat to see dinosaurs that are fairly new, ones that we talked about on stream pretty recently. Alvarezsaurs here I think was from the end of 2024. And it's already being worked into these phylogenetic analyses like this, so it's neat. Another piece of the puzzle. Very cool. Yeah. And limb bones are the best bones for histology, Casey Snore. They tend to be big enough, and they've got lots of space for recording those lines of arrested growth, and they tend not to remodel as much as some other bones, especially like a dinosaur tibia. That's your best bone for doing histo, generally speaking. If you're going to do histology, you want a tibia, that big shin bone. So here we go. This is maybe what's going to cause the most discussion among theropod workers. With our new dinosaur here, it's kind of causing some shifts in how these phylogenies come out, these cladograms. Yeah. So how do I describe this? Yeah. Well, basically putting this new dinosaur in here kind of shakes up the family tree a little bit, and that's going to cause some uncertainty. We're not going to talk too much about the phylogenetics. Yeah. The phylogenetic position of Piatniscosauridae needs more detailed study to examine. Yeah. The finding of Yuanmouraptor, our new dinosaur, provides an example of an early stage in Tetnuran evolution. Tetnuarans are the group of theropod dinosaurs that includes tyrannosaurs, coelurosaurs, and includes birds. So for this really important group, the only group of theropods that's still around, Tetnuarans. It's a large clade, but, you know, yeah. Yuanmouraptor might be our earliest representative of this group so far. And holy cow, J. Marianne, phenomenal. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Brilliant. What an extraordinary raid. Thank you, J. Marianne. 205 viewers coming in. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're discussing a brand new dinosaur just published here. So, you've come in at just the right time. and there's a modern dinosaur there.
The global and serious game of paleontology.
And holy cow, all these new follows. Vegan, Kami Superstar, Dezolobos, Stink Stank Stunk, Arilla Astra, Replay K. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area.
What are dinosaurs?
That's a good question. Dinosaurs are what I talk
in this
about
program,
here.
All those
what
questions
I study,
will be answered.
What I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I do.
Killer dinosaurs.
Thank you for all of these follows. This is phenomenal. Welcome, everybody. We're actually going to be going back out and digging up some dinosaurs live on stream next week. Tune in for that.
What?
But, yeah.
Tradoon.
Welcome, everybody. I think it might be a good,
died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And we wouldn't be here. Yes, indeed. Thank you for all of the follows, everybody. Really appreciate that. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours. Previously recorded Danny is going to tell you a little bit about who I am and what this channel is all about and introduce all the new folks to what we do here. But thank you so much, Jay Marianne. I really appreciate the raid. Welcome back. I hope you had an excellent stream. Yeah, let's bring forth our comrade, previously recorded Danny, to help explicate what in the world a paleontologist is doing on Twitch in the first place. So without further ado, previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary, and Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist, and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had,
I want to know what they use them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on Spinosaurs. Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published. But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast. And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job. I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who want to see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to Jay Marianne for that raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. As we were saying earlier, a lot has changed since
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Since that video with previously recorded Danny was produced. For one thing, I've been doing a lot more field work since then. This is from last summer.
Oh, what time? Oh, what fun.
Second.
Playing tag with you.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Beautiful. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 25 months.
Right.
Brilliant.
Well, if it isn't Twitch chat. Kind of you to join me out here in eastern Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, where we're digging for dinosaurs today. Glad you could be here. It's good to have you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and show you firsthand what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, what it's like to conduct paleontological fieldwork, what it's like to do science. So, again, I'm glad you could be here.
Yeah, the whole point is to bring science to the people, to show you firsthand what it's like to dig up fossils in the field with a crew of paleontologists.
He's got two of them, too.
I got the sock tan going there, wearing the sandals, so I can show up the sock tan.
There's Uncle Don there. Don DeBlue, the Assistant State Paleontologist for the state of Utah.
People have been scolded by me the most in their lives.
Older or younger brother and sister? You're the oldest, okay. I like my family, yeah.
Oh, sweetie pie, how are you doing? And of course, we've got one of my landlords here who's come to demand rent again. This is rent-seeking behavior, sweetie pie. Yeah. Here. Whoop. Wrong button. There we go. The cat cam. Yeah. There. I can't resist. I gotta pay again? Yeah. Alright. Alright. One of these days, the real reckoning's gonna come. For now, it's street time. Go, sweetie pie. Yeah. We need to renegotiate the lease agreement.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that it
And Mac at Neurobiology. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Like, you might be in the right place, fellow scientist or science adjacent person. Good to have you here. Good stuff. Anywho, I'm actually going to be out in Utah again next week, it looks like. Not here near Moab, but at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum and Emergency Fossil Dig Site. There we go.
It's all right, show everybody at home. Bulldozed. Is that better? Let me know. I adjusted the volume rocker there.
Have they found anything super cool?
It's going to be a bit noisy today.
Some dinosaur teeth and vertebrae. We've got a brand new theropod dinosaur here.
And
we want to find enough that we can name it.
Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum that I streamed from yesterday. Here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. This is a really important fossil site, and it is slated to be bulldozed around May. That's what we're told so far. So we're in here trying to collect as many fossils as we can. Fossils of dinosaurs, fossils of ancient armored fishes, fossils of plants, invertebrates, all kinds of different organisms. We're trying to get whatever we can before the site gets destroyed. So I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to, you know, show you how fossil excavation works, kind of show you the whole process of paleontology, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent. So, yeah, anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza.
Yeah, you already know all this stuff. We talked about this. But,
so again, we're very lucky. I think that's Randy Jones's son operating that one. So again, shout out to him and his dad for helping us out. This is, man, holy cow. Oh, suddenly it's so much quieter. It relaxes.
The one thing I'm concerned about with that is...
You hear Josh's voice now. Josh is such a character. He's got such a voice to him. I hope he's going to be back out there when I'm out there.
A really nice
we'll see.
lip, you know, to saw off. So
this one's pretty good.
Yeah, Whitney, I'd say if you want to come in from the...
So there's whole fossil fishes here in these field jackets. These are probably both semi-anodid fishes. So these are these armored fishes. would have looked kind of like an armored carp or something, but they're not related to carp. Would have been something like that. Swimming around in this ancient lake 200 million years ago. Big old lake about the size of Lake Erie. That is in, today, what we know is Utah.
Side right there, yeah, I think that's going to be way better for getting that resistant layer. I mean, I know you were working off some great aggression with those hits from the top.
I have no aggression.
Yeah.
Aggressionless.
Yeah, I mean, this is
aggro?
field therapy. This is field therapy right here. It's good stuff.
Anywho, we'll be back out there maybe as soon as next Tuesday or Wednesday. Still trying to work out the details. It's a long drive. But one of the other really cool things is coelacanths. And some people in chat were talking about these. This is an incredible kind of fish that until 1938 they were assumed to have been extinct. They were only known from the fossil record. They were kind of a quintessential lobe-finned fossil fish until a live one was caught in December of 1938. Made headlines all over the world, and now we've got a lot of specimens, a few specimens in different museums and scientific collections throughout the world. These are fishes that are actually pretty close to the ancestry of tetrapods, like ourselves. Let's see if one zoom is working today, or if it's still down. Oh, it's working. Yes. Yeah, okay. Let's jump to humans on here. Homo sapiens. Yeah. Since we've got a bunch of new people here, this is something I always like to talk about. The grand tree of life. As far as we know, all creatures on our planet Earth all came from a single common ancestor almost 4 billion years ago. And we humans are among them. Our closest living relatives are the chimps and the bonobos, and outside of them, the other African apes like gorillas. But there's us, and we can jump out from us to all of life on Earth, go out to the very origins of life, common ancestor of all of our modern species, not just animals, but plants and fungi and protists and everything else. Yeah. Now, coelacanths, these really cool fishes, like I'm telling you about, they're from over here. Coelacanths, genus Latimeria. They are very closely related to the origin of what we call tetrapods. So tetrapods are all of the mammals, all of the reptiles, all of the amphibians. They're all tetrapods. They all came from a common ancestor. So they came from an ancestor that lived in the ocean. Something kind of like this guy, Tiktaalik. Fishes came up onto the land. They gave rise to all of these other creatures with backbones that live on land. Reptiles, mammals, amphibians, all evolved from a creature that looked like this. And this creature, Tiktaalik, one of the first tetrapods, it's very closely related, well, pretty closely related to coelacanths, right there. These fossil fishes that we're digging up in Utah. Those guys are pretty important. So tetrapods are actually a kind of lobe-finned fish. So this is Sarcopterygii, the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Which means that every single one of these animals, strictly speaking, in a scientific sense, is a lobe-finned fish. Birds are lobe-finned fish. Frogs are lobe-finned fish. So are possums and snakes and penguins. And of course, coelacanths. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And yes, is that you in the chat, Asher? Yeah. Fun fact, the coelacanth is more closely related to us than it is to other fish. Yeah. The coelacanth, well here, I'll show you a... maybe it's lungfish. Kind of find this figure. Yeah. There we go. There's a lungfish here in this example, but pretend it's a coelacanth. It doesn't make much of a difference. Looking at this simple cladogram, this evolutionary family tree, A, B, and C, salmon, lungfish, cow, which of these two letters is most closely related to each other? What do you think, chat? Who are the two closest relatives here? Of these three critters, which two are the closest to one another? Seeing some correct answers already. Yeah, so the correct answer is, of course, B and C. The lungfish and the cow are more closely related to each other than either one is to the salmon. So that lungfish is more closely related to a cow, or you could replace the cow with a human. We're also placental mammals, like the cow is. Lungfish is closer to a human or to a cow than it is to a salmon. Same with coelacanths, closer to cows and humans than they are to salmon. Pretty cool to think about. And again, that's reflected here. Your coelacanths here are right here near the base of Tetrapoda. These animals with bony limbs on land. Pretty neat, right? More closely related in time or genetically or both? Both, Casey. Both. How cool is that? Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, Daryl woke by, and this is incredible stuff. Like, I love sharing this, especially when we get a big raid with a bunch of new people. This is one of these things that I know Jay Marianne is in kind of like a political milieu on Twitch. Folks talk politics. I know you, a lot of you are Hassan fans as well, Hassan subscribers too, probably. This actually has something to do with U.S. politics in a weird way. At least in the sense that this information that paleontologists and evolutionary biologists and geologists, zoologists, and scientists who work on the history of life on Earth, this is stuff that a lot of folks don't want taught in schools. They don't want real science to be taught in schools. It's a serious problem in this country, especially in the U.S. I'm going to show you a quick clip from
Just as Darwin.
A documentary about the 2005 Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. This was like a big trial. It was headline news all over the world in 2005. There was some like ultra conservatives who were trying to get creationism, religious pseudoscience. They were trying to get that taught in public schools. And so it was a really important court case. And this is a clip from a documentary about that. Really good documentary.
Paleontologist Kevin Padian showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yeah.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yeah.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Yep. Whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. Their ancestors had hooves. Pretty wild to think about, but That's what the fossil record shows us. And when you cross-check that with DNA evidence, you get the same result. So different fields of science converging on the same answer. That's good science right there.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G.
Yeah.
We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
So here's the snippet that this is the real kicker right here coming up.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's a huge problem in this country. We have, made incredible discoveries, and we now have a pretty decent understanding of the history of life on Earth by studying the fossil record. And it's incredible stuff. Like, it is absolutely awe-inspiring. And most people never get to hear about this. Again, because it isn't in textbooks. It doesn't get taught in schools. Most people never get to experience this wonder. The perspective that comes with understanding a thing or two about the history of life on Earth, suddenly everything makes sense. You know, you can look at two different animals and go, well, they look kind of similar in this regard. I wonder why that is. Well, it's because they shared a common ancestor not too long ago. You know, that's why I'm here on Twitch in the first place. That's why I do this. I want to share all of this with you. You know? It's and people in power don't want you to know about this. Case in point, the guy who is second in line to the presidency. He and his cronies are gonna, once again, try and get creationism taught in public schools. Blaming school shootings on the teaching of evolution. Like, these are the people who run our government. These are some of the most powerful people in the world right now. And they don't want you to know this stuff. They don't want you to have an understanding of the history of life on Earth and our place in it. And how we, like every other creature on our planet, is all descended from a common ancestor. In a real sense, we are all one, you know? Like, the next time you're walking through Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and some hippie guy walks up to you and he goes, like, hey man, you know, all life on Earth is one, man. Like, he's right. He may not realize why, but he's right in a real scientific way. Like, and that kind of understanding, I hope, can build empathy in people, not just for our fellow human beings, but for all the other creatures that we share our planet with. It gives you a perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have, to understand that we're all part of this grand tree of life. It's pretty cool. And having an understanding of that, and an understanding of science in general, being able to think about things in a scientific way, test them using actual evidence, it can make you a lot less susceptible, I think, to the nonsense that different politicians and business leaders and religious leaders and charlatans of all stripes try and foist on you, you know? It's a way to kind of inoculate yourself against against things that are untrue, you know? So anyway, I'll step off this soapbox. Let's get into some fossil science questions from some folks. Yeah, and High Def HD says, I am a dinosaur? Well, you're not a dinosaur, but you are a mammal. Here, let's go back to our tree of life here. Lungfishes and tetrapods, amniotes. So, the last time that we as humans shared a common ancestor with dinosaurs would have been about 320 million years ago, during like the Mississippian or Pennsylvanian period. In the rest of the world, they call it the Carboniferous. In the U.S., we tend to divide it into Mississippian and Pennsylvanian. But anyway, yeah, you've got this split between the mammals and the reptiles, the sauropsids. So we are not dinosaurs. We're not descended from dinosaurs. In order to figure out if a critter is or is not a dinosaur, there's one very simple test. Not simple test, but like a simple thing. You've got to fulfill one criterion to be a dinosaur. And that criterion is, did you evolve from a dinosaur ancestor? Did you evolve from the first dinosaur? The first dinosaur showed up on Earth about 240 million years ago. It evolved from earlier archosaurs. And from that first dinosaur, all of the other dinosaurs come from that. Dinosaurs are what we call a clade, like an evolutionary group. And any true evolutionary group all comes from one common ancestor. So all mammals come from one common ancestor. All reptiles come from one common ancestor. All birds come from one common ancestor. Which ancestor was a dinosaur? So anyway, this is how we classify living things as scientists. It's not based on vibes. It's not based on what they look like, or how they make us feel, or whatever else. Not some nebulous criterion. The way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. So if you evolved from a dinosaur, you are by definition a dinosaur. Does that make sense? We can take that back to fishes here. So reptiles are a kind of amniote. Amniotes are a kind of tetrapod. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which is the tetrapods and lungfish. Going out a little bit further, sarcopterygians are lobe-fin fishes, including tetrapods. So dinosaurs are a kind of ornithodairon, which is a kind of archosaur, which is a kind of sauropsid, reptile, which is a kind of amniote, which is a kind of tetrapod, which is a kind of sarcopterygian, which is a kind of fish. If any of this seems confusing, I'm just trying to give you like a taste of this right now so you can understand that, like, hey, this information is out there. Crack open a biology textbook or talk to a biologist or a zoologist or an evolutionary biologist or a paleontologist. You'll get the same information. This is not fringe stuff. This is not, you know, this is the most basic part of all of biology, and it's such a shame that it doesn't often get taught in schools, especially here in the US, because of the influence of creationists, you know? So yeah. Zero Ninja says, how can dinosaurs be fish if dinosaurs are birds? No, you got it mixed up. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. And dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, a kind of blah, 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 down the line until you get to fish. So birds are a subgroup within dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a subgroup within reptiles. Reptiles are a subgroup within tetrapods. Tetrapods are a subgroup of fish. Does that make sense? Yeah, so birds are fish. All animals with bones evolved from fish, if you go back far enough. And so they are fish. I know this is really confusing because most people in school, they learned like a really truncated kind of version of this, especially in American schools. Yeah. So here, animal classification. you have invertebrates, but then within the vertebrates you have mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish. This is not really true. This is like a gross oversimplification, and this scheme they came up with this before we really understood evolution. This is like a pre-Darwin sort of thing, you know? Before we really had an understanding at all of where these critters come from. So what's funny is that birds are a kind of dinosaur, which are a kind of reptile. And reptiles are a kind of tetrapod, which is a kind of fish. So, like many things in nature, it's more complex than this simple diagram that you're seeing right here. Whole 5 animal groups thing is a gross oversimplification. Yeah. So yeah. And Zero Ninja says, joking aside, it's a more sciencey version of all life coming from the sea originally? Well, as far as we know, all life did come from the sea originally, yeah. Yeah, the first life forms, they may have come out of undersea vents. I attended a really cool seminar about this. At the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just a few weeks ago. Where was that? Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. Guessing what the first life was like, working back in the Tree of Time. There's the director of the University of California Museum of Paleontology, Charles Marshall. This is a really cool workshop, inviting different educators and scientists to show up and hear talks from different kinds of scientists, astronomers, chemists, physicists, biologists, and paleontologists, all giving presentations kind of leading up to like the origins of life on Earth. What are the building blocks that you need to get life? Well, first, you need to have different kinds of elements, not just the simple ones that you find right after the Big Bang. You need to synthesize heavier elements inside of stars, and then you get heavier elements out of that. You can get planets forming, and then you can get the first, like, chemicals there in such a way that can have life arising. It's really cool stuff. So yeah, anyway. And is there much scientific discourse about water being necessary for life to form? Yes, Zero Ninja. There were the kind of loose conclusion that we came to about this, the loose consensus that we arrived at in this, with all of these different scientists from different fields kind of approaching this problem from different angles. Yeah, it was like, here, in order to get life originating, you need water, you need continental drift. If you had a planet that did have water but didn't have drifting continents, didn't have plate tectonics, then you wouldn't get these rifts opening up on the seafloor, and you wouldn't have geothermal vents forming these, you know, like undersea vent structures like that. It very well might have been from those vent structures that the first life originated. I don't know if I want to get super into the weeds about that right now, because it's kind of, I don't want to get too detailed on this. But it seems to be the growing consensus among scientists who study abiogenesis, the origins of life on Earth, that rather than being like in shallow warm ponds, like on the continents, that was kind of the previous idea for the origin of life, it may have actually started on the ocean floor in these ocean vents. We already have like weird chemosynthetic organisms that evolved here that are completely independent than anything happening on the surface. They don't rely on the sun's energy in order to photosynthesize or anything. They can They make their living synthesizing their food from chemicals that come up through these undersea vents. So yeah, anyway. Sounds like you're saying the Earth's wet farts. Sort of high-def HD, a little bit. If you want to be crude about it, sure. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Chemosynthesis. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. But the point is, paleontology is important. And even really well-educated people who are very intelligent, they've had lots of privileges, they've been able to go to school and learn a whole lot, they might be completely ignorant of anything like this just because it isn't typically taught in schools. Again, I'll show the clip again.
Proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Huge influence. And it's going to get worse with the current presidential administration. I would really like to do some collaborations, if it's possible, with the National Center for Science Education. I think their office is still here in Oakland, California, their headquarters. But I got a letter in the mail from them yesterday. They need some donations. Like, they're an organization that fights against pseudoscience being taught in schools, and they defend the teaching of climate science and evolution in schools because those are both extraordinarily important topics, and those are being scrubbed from the curriculum left and right in different school districts across the United States. And so, anyway, NCSE, the National Center for Science Education, they do really important work, and I've been following them for years and years and years, and sometime in the near future, I want to get in touch, and I want to see if we can do some collaborations here or there, you know? NCSC, there you go, Claire, yeah. 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 But yeah. Yeah. Zero Ninja says, so is there a reason the 5 animal groups thing got so pushed within education systems? Even in the UK, where creationism isn't an issue, we got the 5 animal group stuff. I think just because it's sort of a relic from, like, before anybody understood evolution. And it's just like a simple thing that you can teach to kids. The thing is, I guess it's suitable for, like, elementary school, for kids age, what, like 5 through age 11 maybe? But after that, it's like, kids can understand more complex subjects, more complex ideas. Start teaching them the real stuff after that. Here in the States, that would be in middle school and high school. But, again, here in the United States, you don't typically learn any of this stuff until maybe you go to college, you go to university, and you take a biology course. That's often people's very first introduction to common ancestry, homology, evolution. Which is kind of crazy, because it's like the fundamental concept in all of biology. Kids learn that mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and they can all repeat that. But this idea that all life on Earth came from a single common ancestor, it's like that's news to them. They didn't learn that in school, even though it's so much more important than some, you know, kind of nuts and bolts knowledge, like mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Santa Claus says, when you say that there were creatures millions of years ago, you are literally contradicting 100% of all religions? That is absolutely untrue. Santa Claus. Yeah. The vast majority of religious people around the world have zero issue with natural history, with evolution, with anything like this. It's... You know, it's like... I'm not going to say it's a uniquely American thing, because it's absolutely not. But here in the US, we do have a really big problem with this. Mainstream Catholicism, like the official doctrine of the Catholic Church, no real issue with evolution. Other religions like Hinduism, like Islam to a certain extent, depending on the particular sect. Lots of other religions around the world, they don't have any issue with this, you know? In the same way that they don't have an issue with gravity, or with the germ theory of disease, or with meteorology or whatever, you know? Most religious people around the world are not going to argue with you when you say, oh yeah, there's been a lot of evaporation and maybe we'll get some precipitation, you know? Water evaporates, forms clouds, clouds become too laden with water, they rain. You'd be hard-pressed to find people who would go, well, no, that's, you know, that's clearly supernatural. There's a god that's doing that, you know? Most people of faith around the world have no problem with science. It's just, you know, basically a few very powerful religious wackos who kind of give everybody a bad name, you know? So yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Anyway, a very loud minority. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. And hey, Rhacodactylus. Rhacodactylus actually studies this kind of thing. As a cognitive scientist, this is his jam. He studies why people believe weird things, including conspiracy theorists and religious fundamentalists and people with, shall we say, worldviews that might be a little bit untethered from reality. Go follow Rhacodactylus if you're interested in this kind of thing, because this is literally what he does as an academic. That's what he studies. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah. Anywho, Reiko, maybe you can back me up about this. Because, like I said, there are some very politically powerful, just kind of religious loons who kind of give other religious folks a bad name. I was trying to make the point that, like, the vast majority of people of religious faith around the world do not have problems with science or history or observable reality in the way that we're talking about here. Yeah. Rhacodactylus says, I do study weirdos, but not the good weirdos like Danny, who choose to stream on Twitch, but the real weird weirdos who believe that space aliens built the pyramids and such. Yeah. Yeah. Or believe that, you know, Obama killed JFK, or, yeah. That, an international cabal of Sasquatches actually runs the world economy or whatever, you know? Anyway. Yeah. And here, Snowy the Nardo fan, we're not trying to... Here. The point... I'll put it this way. I'm not gonna tolerate people... saying incendiary things about other people's religions and stuff or stuff like that, as long as it's, I don't know. Sorry I deleted your message there, but the whole point of these broadcasts, the whole point of doing science outreach like this is to provide a safe and welcoming community for everybody to come learn about science. I don't want this chat to turn into kind of some, like, Reddit atheist cesspit or something like that. You know what I mean? So we're not going to put up with that here. I appreciate you. Just take it down a couple notches. We cool? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Before we get into our Marsh Madness matchup today, I wanted to maybe talk about another new paper that just came out that I was pretty excited about. Again, we went over this earlier. Brand new genus and species of carnivorous dinosaur. Yuanmouraptor. Just published today. New Matriacanthosaur. Here, let's actually take a quick look and see what kind of art people have already made of this. Yuanmouraptor. We've already got some beautiful art from various people across the internet. Again, this critter was just published, what, yesterday, I think? Or a couple days ago, at most? And how incredible is this? We've already got... people celebrating this new beastie. And expressing their creativity here. You gotta love it as a dinosaur paleontologist. People get so excited about new dinosaurs. You know? It's, it's impressive. And actually, this must have come out a few more days ago than I thought. Because this piece is from 6 days ago. According to Google Images, at least. Unless their data is borked somehow. But yeah. Excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff. So anyway, welcome to the world, or rather, welcome back to the world. Yuanmouraptor. Buried in the earth for 170 million years. Now resurrected. Metaphorically speaking. Pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, Starmus says, any pathologies visible on these bones being discussed in the paper? Not that I remember, but we can look real quick. Let's do a character search real quick, or keyword search. Okay, one mention of the word pathology. The asymmetrical foramina presented on the supraoccipital of Yuanmouraptor might be caused by pathology or taphonomic process. The supraoccipital expands laterally at its ventral margin to contact the otocypicals. Okay. So we've got a subtle detail of the skull that could be the result of an injury, but we don't seem quite sure about that. Yeah. Could be pathologies. It could have been an injury that happened during life, or it could be damage that happened after the animal was dead. We call, like some taphonomic process, an after-death kind of process. Critter get pulled apart, scavenged, buried in the ground, whatever. They've caused that damage. But yeah. Where was it found? I think it was Yunnan province in southern China. Yeah, where a lot of cool new dinosaurs have been found recently. Yeah. And Figment Pudding says, how come so many dinosaurs are found in China and Mongolia? And are they found in Japan or Australia or the Korean Peninsula? I've never heard about any from there. Yeah, Figment Pudding, there are a few dinosaurs that have come out of Japan. They do tend to get a lot of attention because people in Japan love dinosaurs. Yeah. But they tend not to be super complete. Here. The Fukui Prefecture Dinosaur Museum in Japan is home to some of these holotypes. We've got things like, I think this is Fukui Raptor right here, which is, I think, like an allosauride. There's Fukuisaurus, Fukui Raptor, Fukui Titan. There was a new Therizinosaur that was described from Japan not too long ago. There was an Ornithomimosaur as well. A new Ceratopsian. That was, shoot, what was it called? Anywho, there's also dinosaurs known from Australia as well. Yeah, a number of different dinosaurs from Australia. Some of the most well-known might be like Minmi and Kunbarasaurus, these Ankylosaurs, these armored dinosaurs. You have things like Australovenator. There's Minmi right there. There is, I think that's Australovenator right there. You have dinosaurs like Lialanosaura and its relatives, these beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. So yeah, we've got a good number of dinosaurs from Australia, but they tend to be fairly rare there. Also, Muttaburrasaurus. Here's a lovely little tableau. We don't actually have Allosaurus proper, but some kind of relative. There's Lialanosaura there on the left. Muttaburrasaurus in the center. Yeah, this Ankylosaur, I think this is Kunbarasaurus now. This is before it was named, that this piece of art was made. Yeah. And as for dinosaurs from Korea, they're a little bit less common. But we do have a few, like Koreaceratops, right here. Ceratopsid dinosaur. I like that illustration a lot. That's lovely. Let's see if we can embiggen that. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. And Minmi mentioned? Yes, indeed, Kazashi. Minmi's from Australia. This is Koreaceratops from South Korea. Community Time says, who needs dinosaurs when you have emus and cassowaries? Emus and cassowaries are dinosaurs, Community Time. They're birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Kookaburras, also dinosaurs. Classic Australian dinosaur there. But yeah. Kazashi says, sorry, was out of the room when I heard Strya mentioned. Alright, good on ya. Yeah, we've got a lot of cool dinosaurs from Australia. Not as many as you'd like to see. One of the reasons why we've got so many more dinosaurs from places like China and Mongolia, it's a combination of several factors. One of them is that you've got a ton of exposed rock in places like the Gobi Desert of Mongolia and northern China. This is what they call the Flaming Cliffs. You can see why. This is around sunset, presumably, and they're just alive with reds and oranges like that. Incredible. It's lots of exposed rock to be able to find dinosaurs. We don't find dinosaurs by digging random holes in random places. You do what we call prospecting. You go to an area with rocks of the right age, rocks of the right type. So they've got to be sedimentary rocks from the age of the dinosaurs, from the Mesozoic era. You find those rocks on your geological map. You look at where those rocks are exposed, where they're not covered by trees, or parking lots, or office buildings, or roads, or grass, too. You find exposed rock of the right age and the right type, and you walk around and you look for bits of fossil bone that are sticking out. Bits of fossil bone that are starting to be eroded out of the substrate. And then you dig in and hopefully there's more there. Places like Japan and Korea, they don't have a ton of... Those are not desert countries, you know? I'll put it that way. But Mongolia and parts of China certainly are. China has also been just having an incredible number of dinosaurs published recently because there's so much funding for science in China. Like, China is really trying to build a bright future. And you do that through funding science, including paleontology. There's been a lot of that recently. They've been building huge new museums, training all kinds of different scientists, including paleontologists, and funding research left, right, and center. They're pouring so much money into advancing science in China. It's really impressive, and as an American, I am deeply, deeply jealous, because our country is doing exactly the opposite right now. This current presidential administration is trying to absolutely strangle science. Like, it's appalling. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Australia, though, is an interesting case because Australia, in some ways, is kind of a desert country.
Since I popped in because I've been super busy with my Bio 2 class.
Ink Frog, thank you for the 2 months of
The more
support.
I learn about things like taxonomy and system, more and more I find what you do to be super cool, and I'm able to connect things that are talked about on stream to my lectures.
That's awesome, Ink Frog.
Always happy to keep supporting excellent science content.
I appreciate you, Ink Frog. I'm sorry our alerts are kind of borked and Stream Elements keeps stepping on the TTS. I need to switch all of my alerts over to Twitch alerts at some point. But, Ink Frog says, I will say the more I learn about things like taxonomy and such, the more I find about what you to be super cool. And I'm able to connect things that are talked about on stream to my lectures. And I appreciate you, Ink Frog. Thank you for helping keep me here online. Thank you for your support and your enthusiasm, and that warms my heart. Again, the whole point of what I do is to try and get people excited about science, try and teach them about the importance of these things and why you should care about natural history. Paleontology especially. I'm so glad that it's making a difference for you. I'm so glad you appreciate that. That makes me really happy. What was I saying? Australia. A big part of Australia is desert, certainly. But you'll notice something about these photos. Much of the desert in Australia is very flat. And so you don't get the kind of erosion that lets us find fossils. Sometimes when there is a dinosaur or a plesiosaur or even like big Pleistocene mammals discovered, their fossils found in Australia, it's often on flat land. It'll be like in the middle of a farmer's field or something, or just in the middle of a desert plain like this. There's not a lot of topography. I mean, here's that's Uluru off in the distance, right? Look how flat everything is around that. And so it makes it tricky, even though there is so much desert in Australia. Makes it tricky to find fossils. Does that make sense? Yeah. And what promotes erosion? Well, topography, for one. Australia is not famous for its mountains. And it can be really tricky to find fossils in flat places because there's not a lot of canyons to walk through. There's not a lot of hillsides to hike across to find things that are eroding out. Everything's just flat on the ground. So you have to walk around going like this everywhere. it's not ideal, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And the geology of Australia is truly intriguing. It really is fig and pudding. And I don't know enough about it, but yeah, there's very cool geology in Australia. I think some of the oldest rocks in the world are in Australia, like what is it? The Jacks Hills? Or is it Jack Hills? Jack Hills in Australia. They have some of the oldest pieces. There we go. Yeah, Jack Hills zircon. The oldest known fragment of our planet Earth is there in Australia. A small fragment of a mineral called zircon, extracted from a remote rock outcrop in Australia, confirms that the Earth's crust first formed at least 4.4 billion years ago. There's a photo of it right there. Pretty neat. This is the oldest piece of our planet that we have. It's from Australia. Pretty neat. Something to be proud of if you're an Aussie. Yeah. And Kazashi, there you go, yeah. Yeah, in the West, yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I'll give you a link to, right there. Anywho, our last piece of fossil news before we get into... There we go. Before we do our Marsh Madness round today. This is something I've been talking about for a while, so long-time viewers might remember some of this discussion. You might be familiar with this area. Dinosaurs' apparent decline prior to asteroid may be due to poor fossil record, say researchers. This is kind of funny to me. This is like, I don't know, at the end of the age of dinosaurs, they go extinct, except for a handful of bird species. Dinosaurs and about 70 or maybe 80% of all other life on Earth goes extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, about 66 million years ago. And it's thought that, or at least we've got multiple lines of evidence that a giant rock from outer space was what done it. A rock about the size of San Francisco, slamming into our planet, throwing up a tremendous amount of dust and ash and soot, causing essentially like an impact winter, almost like a nuclear winter. Dropping Earth's temperatures briefly but dramatically, blocking out the sun. The plants died. When the plants died, the plant eaters died. The meat eaters died. Ecosystems collapsed in the oceans. The phytoplankton, those plankton that, they need energy from the sun in order to live, they died. And they're the base of the food chain. So if they die, almost everything else dies. Again, it was something like 80% of life on Earth died out. There's an idea that you hear sometimes. Where is it? There we go. There's an idea that you hear sometimes that oh, well, maybe dinosaurs would have gone extinct without that, Maybe it was a coincidence. It's like, John F. Kennedy, Dealey Plaza. Maybe his head was going to do that anyway, Can't say for sure that it wouldn't. Sorry if that was in poor taste, but yeah. Two Silences Rhacodactylus. 1963? Yeah, okay. Anyway, the idea that dinosaurs were already in decline before an asteroid wiped most of them out 66 million years ago. And when they say most of them, that's all of them except for a handful of bird species. That idea that they were maybe already in decline may be explained by a worsening fossil record from that time rather than a genuine dwindling of dinosaur species, suggests a new study led by UCL researchers. What UCL is that? University of College London, there we go. The study, published in Current Biology, analyzed the fossil record of North America in the 18 million years up to the asteroid impact at the end of the Cretaceous period. So from between 84 to 66 million years ago. Taken at face value, these fossils, more than 8,000 of them, suggest that the number of dinosaur species peaked about 75 million years ago and then declined in the 9 million years leading up to the asteroid impact. But the research team found this trend was due to fossils from that time being less likely to be discovered. So it's sample bias, they're saying. Primarily because of fewer locations with exposed and accessible rock from the very latest Cretaceous. Lead author Dr. Chris Dean says, it's been a subject of debate for more than 30 years. Were dinosaurs doomed and already on their way out before the asteroid hit? Like, yeah, was Kennedy's head gonna do that anyway? We analyzed the fossil record and found that the quality of the record of 4 groups of dinosaurs, clades, these are evolutionary groups, gets worse during the final 6 million years prior to the asteroid. The probability of finding dinosaur fossils decreases, while the likelihood of dinosaurs having lived in these areas at that time is stable. This shows we can't take the fossil record at face value. There we go, yeah. Half the fossils we have from this time were found in North America. Our findings hint that, in this region at least, dinosaurs may have been doing better than previously suggested in the lead up to the asteroid impact, potentially with a higher diversity of species than we see in the rock record. For the study, the research team looked at the dinosaur clades and Ankylosauridae. These are the armored dinosaurs. Ceratopsidae, your horned dinosaurs like Triceratops. Hadrosaurs, the duckbills, like Edmontosaurus. And the Tyrannosauridae, like T-Rex, obviously. So the team adopted a technique, occupancy modeling, previously used in ecology and biodiversity studies, so used in other fields of science, but applied to dinosaurs now, to estimate how likely a species is to inhabit a particular area. They divided North America into a grid, and based on the geology, geography, and climate of the time, estimated how many of these grid cells the 4 dinosaur types likely occupied at 4 different times during the last 18 million years of the Cretaceous. They found that during this time, the proportion of land the 4 dinosaur clades likely occupied remained constant overall, suggesting their potential habitat area remained stable and at risk of extinction. The risk of extinction stayed low. So, okay, interesting. I don't know if this really clarifies much here, but yeah. At the same time, they estimated the likelihood of the 4 dinosaur types being detected in each area based on factors such as how much land is accessible to researchers, i.e. if it's covered in vegetation, like we were just talking about. You want bare, exposed rock to be able to find dinosaurs in. If there's a parking lot or a Walmart built over the site, or an electrical substation built over the site. How much relevant rock is exposed, and how many times researchers had attempted to find fossils from that area. The team found that the likelihood of detection declined over the 4 time periods, with the most influential factor being how much relevant rock was exposed and accessible. The researchers also found that, in contrast to the other 3 clades, ceratopsians, such as Triceratops, were more likely to be detected later on in this period, as well as occupying more areas. This suggested that ceratopsians were favoring green plains away from rivers at a time when this kind of habitat became the main type of environment being preserved. That's interesting. That's not what I would expect. Triceratops is super common in the upper Hell Creek. They're just everywhere. Like in the those rocks leading up to the impact, Triceratops seems to be super abundant, at least in my experience. So that's interesting. This is due to the retreat of a large inland sea that split the continent in 2, and the river systems feeding the sea drying up. So I don't. We were talking about this earlier, but here. Not earlier today, but was it last week? In the late Cretaceous, you've got this seaway that invades the center of North America, cuts the continent in 2, Laramidia in the east, or in the west, excuse me, Appalachia in the east, these two, like, subcontinents. There's an idea that, you see this bandied around a lot, that, like, oh, the seaway dried up at the very end of the Cretaceous. But all the folks that I talk to who work on these rocks in this part of the world, Montana and the Dakotas and Wyoming, they're like, we don't see evidence the seaway dried up completely. And what's particularly striking about this, what's particularly thought-provoking, really, is that here in Appalachia, you would have had a different community of dinosaurs. They're evolving in isolation. They look very different from all the dinosaurs we have here in the West. We've got a decent and improving understanding of which dinosaurs were living over here. The dinosaurs from Appalachia are still largely a mystery, just because these areas are not great for looking for dinosaur fossils in. Not a lot of desert in this part of North America nowadays, so you're not going to find very many fossils. The thing is, if the seaway really did dry up...
This was our world 225
Thank you,
million
Iacane.
years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Thank you for the 35 months of support. I appreciate you, Iacane. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, Iacane. Your ongoing support. Alright, if that seaway did dry up, and suddenly animals could move back and forth across this, you would expect to see a lot of weird dinosaurs show up in the fossil record after that. Since Montana and the Dakotas and Wyoming, since this area is really well sampled, you would expect to see all these weird eastern dinosaurs suddenly show up in the fossil record, and they just don't. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of researchers doubt that this actually dried up until after the extinction event, until the beginning of the Age of Mammals, and I find that convincing myself too. So I don't know. So this is due to the retreat of a large inland sea that split the continent in two, and river systems feeding the sea drying up. I don't buy that necessarily, you know. So yeah. But here we go. Co-author Alessandro Chiarenza. This is an old buddy of mine. During my very first summer digging dinosaurs, 2011, Alessandro was on my crew. I think... Here. There we go. Alessandro Chiarenza. Here he is here. Italian dinosaur paleontologist. And, yeah, here, I'm pretty sure I ran into him at SVP and took a picture with him. Let's see. Yeah. Here's me and Alessandro in front of my poster at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting this past November in Minneapolis. So there's Alessandro there. Alessandro Chiarenza, who had previously published on the end Cretaceous dinosaur diversity and extinction, said, if we take the fossil record at face value, we might conclude dinosaurs were already experiencing a decline before their final extinction. But in this study, we show that this apparent decline is more than likely a result of a reduced sampling window, caused by geological changes in these terminal Mesozoic fossil-bearing layers, driven by processes such as tectonics, mountain uplift, and sea level retreat, rather than genuine fluctuations in biodiversity. Huh. Dinosaurs were probably not inevitably doomed to extinction at the end of the Mesozoic. If it weren't for that asteroid, they might still share the planet with mammals, lizards, and their surviving descendants, birds. So very cool. Here is a link to that press release right there. We're going to very briefly look at the actual paper, and then we'll jump into Marsh Madness here and do our matchup between Torosaurus and Priconodon. Here we go. Here's a link to the paper here, and once again, this is we're 4 for 4. No paywall on this paper either. It is open access.
Access granted.
Good stuff. Yeah. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of figures in this because it is kind of... Oh, interesting. No, it is cool to see their grid pattern here. I'm going to have to read this front to back. Occupancy modeling process and potential hypothesis. Huh. So this is a very, like, numbers-heavy kind of paper. That's the sort of thing that Alessander does. Big data. Big data science. Lots of graphs. Okay, okay. Cool. Nice. Very cool, okay. Yeah, I'll be taking a look at that later. See if we can, see if I can make some sense of that. A lot of this is going to go over my head because I'm not trained in these same methods. A lot of my work is more qualitative than quantitative. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Again, the link is there in the chat if you want to take a look. But with that, it's time to do Marsh Madness here.
And this is a dinosaur too.
And Stone Dendozy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got our next matchup for Marsh Madness. We are coming up on our final rounds here. We've just got 2 days left. We'll be done with Marsh Madness by the end of the week. But today is Triconodon versus Torosaurus. Exciting stuff. For those of you who are new here, maybe you haven't heard of Marsh Madness, you don't know what you've been missing. Holy cow. This is a single round elimination dinosaur tournament where we have different dinosaurs go head to head, all of which were named by America's first professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh, right here. We'll go into a little bit more detail about Marsh and Cope and the different fossil critters that they worked on tomorrow. And we'll go into a lot of detail on that on Thursday, on the anniversary of Cope's death. Well, we're observing it on... It's not actually on it. Anyway. Tune in tomorrow and Thursday for more information about that. What's interesting is that after Cope died, his skull had a cross-country road trip where it got to meet a bunch of paleontologists across the U.S. in the early 90s. It's a wild story, so if that sounds interesting to you, tune in on Thursday and we'll be talking about it extensively. But anyway, Cope was the rival to Marsh, and we're looking at different dinosaurs that Marsh named and putting them in head-to-head matchups. Chat is voting on which ones they would like to see advance to the next round, and we'll figure out what our champion is on Thursday. But right now we've got Torosaurus versus Triconodon. Yeah, let's get into it. Let's do Triconodon first. Triconodon. We're going to do this real quick because we already talked about these. We already introduced these dinosaurs. But this is a big ol' ankylosaur that is mysterious because it's only known from teeth so far. This is one of those East Coast dinosaurs like I was talking about. Remember when we were talking about Laramidia and Appalachia? We've got so many more dinosaurs from the West. The eastern part of the United States, eastern part of North America as a whole, there's a lot of plants, there's a lot of development. It's not really a desert region. So you don't find very many dinosaur fossils, but the bits and pieces that you do find are sometimes really intriguing. This tooth, which is from an armored dinosaur, we call a nodosaur, one of these guys, would have looked something like this. this tooth is not particularly special, except that it is enormous. If the proportions are the same in this guy as they are in other nodosaurs, this would be like the largest nodosaur ever found. This would be an armored dinosaur that would be like 40 feet long, maybe? Maybe bigger than that? Maybe it just had really big teeth. We don't know, but holy cow, this animal could be gigantic. Like bigger than T-Rex. If the proportions are the same as in its relatives. So that would be a big boy. Just bonkers. Huge. Just, this would be mind-blowing. We need more specimens of this animal. We need some actual bones. Did it actually get this big? Or did it just have huge teeth and a small body? We don't know yet. But that's Preconodon. I like the little legend here. The label. Big Ankylosaur in brown. Yeah. No joke, yeah. Yeah. In case you were confused, yeah. Like, oh wait, which part of this is Ankylosaur? Oh, the brown part. Okay. Yeah. He rounded, yeah. So nodosaurs like this, in general, would have been round, but also spiky boys and gals. And I was gonna say enbies, but I don't know if dinosaurs identified as non-binary. They wanted to, sure. And they were two-legged? No, four legs. Four legs, Timber Scratch. Yeah. Yeah. Want one of those as a pet? I get the sense that it might wreck your house and accidentally impale you on its spikes. I don't think these animals would make the best pets. Yeah, it would be expensive to feed, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And good luck keeping it inside your fence. Oh, man. Anyway, Preconodon. A potential super gigantic, very mysterious ankylosaur. This is an obscure one. This is, I don't think seeded very high, right? Preconodon was a number 14 seed on our bracket. Number 14 right there, out of 16. Torosaurus, number 6 seed here. Torosaurus, much better known to the general public. Torosaurus, I suspect is probably just, you know, it's the same critter as Triceratops. We talked about this earlier on stream. I'm not going to repeat a ton of that right now, but yeah, big plant-eating dinosaur, big ceratopsid. It might represent kind of like a full-grown Triceratops with the fenestrae and the frill, but that's hotly debated whether or not these are two different dinosaurs or the same one. I think they're the same. But anyway, Torosaurus. Yeah. We already read the original descriptive papers of both of these dinosaurs in a previous stream, showed some video clips, all that stuff. So right now, since I gotta wrap this up, let's do a quick matchup here. I'm gonna find a decent image of both of these guys. That's pretty good right there. And that's pretty good right there. Excellent. All right. Let's start a poll here. Which of these dinosaurs will be advancing to the next round and which will be eliminated? That is up to you, chat. Torosaurus versus Preconodon. Preconodon or Torosaurus? We've got 3 minutes to vote. We're starting the poll
Hold on to your butts.
Right now. Oh. No, we're not allowing additional. No, okay. Start poll. There we go. There we are. Proconodon off to an early lead. 10 votes to 8, but Torosaurus swiftly catching up here. Burp. Alright, we've got Proconodon. And we've got Torosaurus. Both on the screen here. Choose your favorite. Which one would you like to see advance to the next round? Proconodon is, holy cow, running away with it. 24 votes to Torosaurus' 13. Torosaurus picking up one more, 14, 26 to 14. Well, well, well. That armored chonker, people like the idea of a super gigantic East Coast ankylosaur. Again, this guy's from Maryland. Proconodon. I do know I've got several viewers on the East Coast. That might make all the difference here for Proconodon. We shall see. And Torosaurus really getting clobbered. 64% of the vote currently going to Proconodon. And we're halfway through, about a minute and a half left. Well, 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 shoot. Yeah. Kazashi says a vote for Torosaurus is not wrong. Well, it's not wrong, it's on the bracket. That Nodosaur is ridiculously huge. Yeah, potentially. And he has bird friends too? Those are dromaeosaurs. Those are velociraptor-like dinosaurs there. Yeah. Not even true birds, but just bird-like dinosaurs. Well, go. We're down to the final stretch now. Proconodon versus Torosaurus. It looks like Proconodon might take it 33 to 21. 61% of the vote. Final 10 seconds. And there we have it. Proconodon has won. That is a major upset there. A true Cinderella story. Dinosaur known from just a handful of teeth. Going in there and defeating Torosaurus. That's really something there. That's really something. They're impressive teeth. They really are. Yeah. Yeah. The teeth won, says Snell. It happened. If the tooth fits, says Casey Star. What's your tooth? If the tooth fits. If the tooth is proportional. You know, if it goes by the normal rules of Nodosaur proportions, then yeah, if the tooth fits, it's a gigantic animal. Yeah. Yeah, the tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth, says Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Good stuff. Here. Our final score was 34 to 22. Let's update our results bracket and get it posted. Then we'll talk about tomorrow's matchup. Holy cow. Crash report for Adobe. No, don't send. Photoshop might not cooperate during today's stream. We'll see. I might have to do this afterward. Nope. Did we get lucky here? Are you going to cooperate, Photoshop? Yeah, beautiful. There we go. All right, so let's... whoops. All right, what we want to do is just get rid of that. There we go. No. Perconodon versus Torosaurus. Perconodon is our winner, which means Torosaurus here is going to be going home all the way back to the Hell Creek and Lance formations of Montana and the Dakotas, and then Wyoming, respectively. Yeah. Yowza. Perconodon advancing to the next round, and our score was, what was it again? 34-22. 34-22. Let's draw a green circle around that just to emphasize it. There we go. Holy cow. Perconodon will be moving on to our next round to face off against the winner of tomorrow's round here, Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. I have an inkling about who's going to win this one. But we'll see. We'll see. You'll have to tune in tomorrow and vote in order to determine which of those two dinosaurs will become our semi-finalist. There we go. So that is April 8th results. And save. And let's watch the frame rate drop here as Photoshop chugs along. We'll post that to Blue Sky here real quick. There we go. April 8th results. Marsh Madness round. Marsh Madness matchup complete. And today's battle of the big ol' Ornithischians. Let's see. Torosaurus. Torosaurus? Has been bested by... Yeah, here. Another upset. Has been bested by... that mysterious... but possibly gargantuan ankylosaur Perconodon. Yeah. Tomorrow we'll see Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. Vote for your choice at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. And we're 10 characters over. So it's Triceratops versus Nodosaurus tomorrow. For your fave at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. If I can get rid of a space there. We don't really need French spacing here, nor there. Yeah. And let's make that an exclamation mark. Alright, alt text. Current March Madness results bracket. Going Perconodon beating Torosaurus. We move on to the semi-finals. Dave and Post. Good stuff. And does the link work? It does. Excellent. Here's a link to the post in the chat for you. There you go. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Yeah. Imagine giggling at your own paleontology niche joke. I mean, how embarrassing would that be, Figment? And thoughts on ceratopsians being omnivorous? It's difficult to test, Starmo. I would love to be able to see... There's the link. Somebody should really do that using isotopes. But anyway, I gotta wrap up the stream. We're about a half hour over what I was planning on doing today, and we started like 45 minutes late. So it's 7:30. Holy cow! It's way later than I thought it was. It's time to wrap this thing up. Let's start our wrap-up procedure here. Put a Smilodon skull under our credits. And don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science on Twitch right now. Who else is on currently? Let's see here. Well, that's an easy choice. We've got Science Streams. Yeah. We're going to go tune into Science Streams and see what Blint is up to. Maybe Lita will make an appearance too. They are molecular and systems biologists, and they do all kinds of awesome science outreach here on Twitch. Most of you probably know and love them already, but if it's your first time at science streams, you're in for a treat. Looks like Balint is exhibiting. Holy cow! We've got some ancient amber with insects going on there. Good stuff. Well, let's go jump in. Thank you everybody for a wonderful stream today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I know I learned something. Hope you had a good time. I hope you've got a newfound or embiggened appreciation for the history of life on Earth and what we can learn about it through the fossil record. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, hopefully on time. 1 p.m. California time. Till then, all of you take care of yourselves, and let's go right into science streams. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.